Whenever you're ready, Mr. President.
Roll call.
Gray.
Here.
Jerem.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
Pauls.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Gurnett.
Here.
Mr. President.
Here. Please rise for the pledge and invocation by Councilmember Rich Pauls.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon. One question. If you woke up today, you may want to pinch yourself, but if you woke up today, that tells me God has something for you to do. Are you going to be with us? So apparently we need to get to work, right? Thank you.
Amen. City Clerk certified publication of the Daily Record on August 15th, notice for Greer Council regular City Council meeting August 19th, 2014. A current copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted in white binder on the east wall of the legislative chambers.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Omaha City Council. This meeting is conducted in public and by law may only address the topics listed on the published agenda. The Council will hear testimony but will not engage in debate of issues with the public at this meeting. During testimony, it's not appropriate to applaud or convey disapproval. These actions only detract from the formal decorum of the meeting. At this time, please turn off or mute any electronic devices.
Zoning ordinances on final reading planning board attachments. Item number 5, ordinance to rezone property located at 2614 Z Street from heavy industrial district to R4 single-family residential district, high density. A, planning board and planning department recommend approval.
And Mr. Clerk, I did have one thing I just wanted to note here before we start.
Sure.
Number 5, which is I want to recognize Jennifer Taylor, who is a member of our board of directors for the Omaha Housing Authority. She was recognized last week as the Commissioner of the Year in the state of Nebraska by the Nebraska chapter of the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials. So we congratulate her on that award and appreciate all her efforts and work on the Omaha Housing Authority, which is a very important mission for our entire community. Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll just be very brief. Jennifer is very deserving of this award. She has been helpful in, as many of you know, there was a period of time when the Omaha Housing Authority was in difficult straits and was close to being taken over at the federal level because of a number of discrepancies. A group of board members, the current group of board members, including our chairperson, Jennifer Taylor, has worked very hard and very tirelessly to turn that agency around. And with the executive director of the Housing Authority and his staff, along with a board that I think right now is second to none, I wholeheartedly support and thank the organization that was responsible for this, because Jennifer Taylor is deserving of it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Item number 5, please.
Okay, 5 is ordinance to rezone property located at 2614 Z Street from heavy industrial to R4 single-family residential district, high density. A, planning board and planning department recommend approval.
Public hearing on number 5 is today. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, any opponents?
Second.
Public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Jerem.
Yes.
Milton. Pauls. Thompson. Gurnett. Mr. President.
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item number 6, ordinance to rezone property located at 4908 Underwood Avenue from R8 medium family residential district, high density, to NBD neighborhood business district. Property is also within an NCEC overlay district. A, planning board and planning department recommend approval.
Public hearing on number 6 is today. Proponents, please. Mr. Anderson.
Rick Anderson on behalf of the applicant, 2120 South 72nd Street, and also here to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Anderson, this is the property right very close to the community garden, which is now being rezoned to business district as opposed to residential. But the intention there is there's no new construction or change to the property. It's just to convert it to light office.
That's correct. No external changes to the property.
Great. Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Motion approved.
Second. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Jerem. Milton. Pauls. Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. We'll take items 7 and 8. It's one case. 7 is ordinance to amend the boundaries of the major commercial corridor overlay district to incorporate into that district property located at 13125 Q Street. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. And 8 is a special use permit to allow automotive sales in a community commercial district located at 13125 Q Street. Is hereby approved. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearings on number 7 and 8 are today. Are there any proponents? Seeing none. Any opponents? Public hearings closed.
You going to say anything on it?
Motion approved. Okay.
Dice for lack of a second.
There's a motion.
I'll second it to keep things moving.
Okay.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. There are no further lights right now. Okay. Motion approved and a second. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson?
No.
Gurnett?
No.
Mr. President?
No.
It fails on a 1-6 vote.
Okay.
We're done.
No,
Items 9 and 10 are one case. 9 is ordinance to rezone the property located at 215 South 181st Street from R6 low-density multifamily residential district to mixed-use district. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. 10 is ordinance to approve a mixed-use development agreement for the All Holy Spirits Greek Orthodox Church, providing site development standards.
Public hearings on number 9 and 10 are today. Proponents, please. Mr. Bunger.
Ken Bunger, 18313 Dewey Avenue, for the proponents. This rezoning started back about 2011. We ask your approval. Be here if there's any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Any opponents? Public hearings closed.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
It's passed 7-0. Ordinance on final reading of Planning Board attachments. 11 is ordinance to extend the limits of the City of Omaha to SID 281 Riverside Hills and adjacent area southwest of Pacific Streets and Skyline Drive.
Public hearing was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item number 12 is ordinance to extend the limits to Brookhaven, SID 294, northwest of 108th and Harrison Streets.
Public hearing on number 12 was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item number 13, ordinance to extend the limits to SID 295 Turtle Creek and adjacent area northeast of 96th and Harrison Streets.
Public hearing on number 13 was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 14 is ordinance to extend the limits to SID 301 Harper Valley and adjacent area southwest of 48th and Y Streets.
Public hearing on number 14 was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item number 15, ordinance to extend the limits to Skyline Meadows, SID 408, southwest of West Dodge Road and Skyline Drive.
Public hearing was held on August 12th. Second. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 16, ordinance to extend the limits to SID 365 Eagle Run West and adjacent areas southeast of 144th Street and West Maple Road.
Public hearing on item 16 was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray. Jerem. Milton. Pauls. Thompson. Gurnett. Mr. President.
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 17, ordinance to extend the limits to SID 366, Cambridge Estates and adjacent area, northeast 168th and Harney Streets.
Public hearing on number 17 was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Jerem. Milton. Pauls. Thompson. Gurnett. Mr. President.
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item number 18, ordinance to extend the limits to SID 376, Mission Park and adjacent areas southwest of 168th and Q Streets.
Public hearing on number 18 was held on August 12th. Yeah, that was one correction there. Number 18 is a different case than...
Oh, I read up 19, didn't I?
Yeah.
18 is SID 373, Woodbridge and adjacent area.
So public hearing was held on number 18 on August 12th.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Jerem. Milton. Pauls. Thompson. Gurnett. Mr. President.
Yes.
Passed 7-0. 19 is Mission Park and adjacent areas, SID 376.
Public hearing was held on August 12th for number 19.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Jerem. Milton. Pauls. Thompson. Gurnett. Mr. President.
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 20, ordinance to extend the limits to SID 382, Baywood and adjacent areas, northeast 180th and F Streets.
Public hearing on number 20 was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Jerem. Milton. Pauls. Thompson. Gurnett. Mr. President.
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 21 is Linden Estates 2, SID 397, northwest of 132nd and Burt Streets.
Public hearing on number 21 was held on August 12th. Second. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Jerem. Milton. Pauls. Thompson. Gurnett. Mr. President.
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 22 is SID 398, Pacific Springs and adjacent areas located northeast of 180th and Pacific Streets.
Public hearing on number 22 was held on August 12th. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning in pre-council, there were issues and questions brought up, and I suggested then that unless those questions were addressed today, that we may have to lay this over, and so I'm going to call Mayor's representative, Ms. Cassie Segrin, up, and to see if there's any follow-up to those concerns and questions, and then I might also address finance, too.
Cassie Segrin, Mayor's Office. This morning in pre-council, there are some questions regarding the improvements to 180th Street as well as Pacific Street. Currently, as it sits, both sides of 180th Street are SIDs, so they're both within the county. South of Pacific is city limits. Typically, an arrangement like this, you would see some sort of cost share in any sort of infrastructure improvement that would need to be done between the city and the county. If Pacific Springs were to be annexed in, that would still be the case. Currently at this time, the west side of 180th Street is an SID. There were some questions on whether or not that would be looked at a future annexation package, as well as how Pacific Springs came to be looked at. The debt level for Pacific Springs was one from a financial standpoint that we felt extremely comfortable with and looking at. And in talking to the representatives from the SID with the attorneys, which I believe are present here today, they would tell you that actually the initial level that we looked at has since decreased because they were able to refinance some bonds with some lower interest rates. So rather than bringing them in at the levy that we had looked at, which was about 69 cents, it actually is about 50 cents, 48 I think, and Mr. Fullenkamp could further explain that process from the SID standpoint.
Now, is this for the east side?
This is for the east side. This would be the northeast corner of 180th and Pacific.
Okay.
That being said, any improvements that would need to be done to 180th Street to widen it, if you go north on 180th Street as you approach Dodge, it currently is 4 lanes. There's also the turn lane within there, about the half-mile mark, and Public Works might be able to tell you the exact mark, but I believe it's the half-mile mark. It goes down to 3 lanes, one turn lane going either east or west, and then one lane each way. So you have that. Typically, because 180th is a main arterial, you'd want to see that widen to at least 4 lanes. Because we have not annexed the northwest corner, which is the Grove subdivision, that would still be part of the county, so that potential would exist for a partnership to share in those costs for that particular section of road. I know that there's been some discussion about what the cost of the road would be. I know that HDR as well as Public Works looked at a long-range plan as to what that would need to be. And they used a $2 million, a lane mile figure, which included not only the construction costs, but any sort of acquisition, right-of-way. I believe they accounted for if that would be a federal aid project, which in the future potential exists depending upon federal funding for transportation projects. That being said, there's a lot of different alternatives to get not only 180th as well as Pacific actually widened to the arterial status that they are left off, because even Pacific at the half-mile mark, as you go east on Pacific Street, is the 3-lane section, as is 180th. So that would be one that would need to be taken care of at some point in time. The question was asked, where is it in the plans? Currently 180th Street, as well as that part of Pacific, is in the county. So Pacific would be your typical city-county partnership. 180th at this point in time is all county. And speaking with the county representatives, I know our city staff, myself, I believe even the SID attorneys for Pacific Springs have spoken to county staff. It's not in their plan. They don't know when it would be in their plan, and it's not in their plan because they don't have the funding to do it at this time. They run a similar program to our CIP package. They have a 1- and 6-year program as well, and it's not in there. Would it be in our package? Potentially in the future. That could be something that would be added to the CIP. There's also other ways of doing it. It could potentially become part of a federal aid program. You could, in a very rare instance, however, I'm not sure that this is something we've really ever seen for an arterial street system, but you could even look at doing a street improvement district in that area to get that widened. Right now, if you were to leave both of them as an SID, you'd have basically the option of the county doing it or the 2 SIDs trying to form some sort of joint agreement to come up with the funding for 180th in particular. Looking at the debt level for the SID to the west of it, it is rather high. I believe it's around the 90-cent mark. So the likelihood from a financial standpoint that the city would be looking to annex that, I don't foresee that happening in the near future.
So if it is widened, the 180th Street section, if it is, then it would be a cost sharing?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we would look at. We'd obviously have to approach the county. We'd have to come up when it could be put into their plan, when it could be put into our plan, identify those timelines, have to go through the design process. We do actually quite a bit in Public Works. I believe Todd Fitzer's here, could explain a little bit more as to how we negotiate some of those cost share projects with the county. It should also be noted that we are currently working with the county at for intersection improvements at 180th in Pacific, because the south side, as I had mentioned before, is part of the city limits currently. So that is something that we're jointly working on.
Do you believe that it's this administration's intention to ever annex the western portion?
Given their debt level, no.
Okay. What about the intersection? Is that going to be developed regardless of whether this gets passed or not?
Yes.
Would you describe why?
Right now, and I'm not very good at the technical details of this, so I'd probably refer to Todd Fitzer a little bit more, but it's my understanding that the functionality of the intersection is, it's not functional.
If you don't mind staying up front, and if Todd could come.
Todd Fitzer, Public Works.
The issue of the intersection of 180th and Pacific, whether or not number 22 on our agenda passes or whether it fails, is there a plan to increase and make that intersection better?
We are working on plans right now. We had some earlier issues with concern over the intersections of 168th as well as 180th and Pacific. Public Works analyzed those intersections. 6 of the 8 right turn lanes are over capacity, and both intersections are experiencing unnecessary delay. We are working with the county right now, and they've agreed to participate 25% at each intersection, and Public Works is working on the final design plans to construct separate right turn lanes for all 4 directions at both of those intersections in the 2015 construction season. So that will happen no matter what happens with annexation or development. Those plans are in place.
And does that leave us 75% of the cost?
It does.
Is that typical?
In this situation, it is typical. If you look at the city-county boundary lines, they have the northern legs of both of those intersections. The county does, and the city has the other 3.
Okay.
And that is generally, as Cassie referred to earlier, that is generally how we split things up. There's a similar agreement right now going on with Harrison Street west of 144th Street, split up during those jurisdictions, and it's just based strictly on the percentage of frontage of each governing agency.
Okay, thank you. If I could get Ms. Seagren to come back up. I think I said your name, so you don't have to introduce yourself again. What does the administration see as the negatives of not voting for this? Is there a financial negative?
There is.
Could you be specific about those negatives?
Yeah, Pacific Springs, that SID currently has about $76 million worth of valuation. So when you start to look at the property tax revenue that the city would be gaining from that, it is rather significant. In addition, there is retail within that SID, and over a period of time, the city would be would bring in about $600,000, I believe it's a little under $600,000 in various sales tax, restaurant tax, et cetera, that was used when we looked at financially, is it feasible to bring in this SID? So you're losing valuation, you're losing potential other revenues that could help further on down the line.
Sure. All right. At this point, I'll yield the floor to my colleagues, but I might come back later.
Thank you. Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's nothing that's been said so far that leads me to believe that I'm going to support this. I hear too many assertions about this can potentially happen, that might work, this could potentially happen, we may be able to go over here. There's just too much uncertainty as it relates to this street. Mr. Fitzer, if you could come up just for a second, please. We had a discussion earlier at the council meeting, and it generated into a larger discussion that I think we need to have at least in part today. And I won't extend it very long, but the fact of the matter is we're doing a lot of stuff. We're doing a lot of building, and there's a lot of resurfacing and work on streets that's going on out west. We have talked about funding sprawl and the concerns about that. We had also talked about the inner city core, northeast, southeast, midtown, and so forth, about the streets that currently need significant work. Based on how you see things right now, if we don't do something, what happens with the streets, some of whom have been waiting for more than 10 years to get their streets repaired? What is the likelihood of that happening based on the way we're trending now?
Well, as we discussed in pre-council this morning, the gap is widening for the ability to pave new streets and to maintain the streets that we have. Federal funding levels have stayed flat and, in fact, in some cases diminished, and our material costs and our engineering costs have continued to increase over the years. So the challenge is growing. As you talk about new streets, and we looked at our needs assessment as the city grows, and the year we're looking at right now is 2040. Primarily, of course, your new streets are in areas that are undeveloped because we have existing streets. From a maintenance standpoint, that's pretty evenly spread throughout the city. But if you look at new streets, Of course, as the city grows to the west, that's where the majority of the funding would have to be spent, where the new streets are going in.
Where the new streets are going. So the potential is there if we don't do anything, if there's nothing that's done in the interim, the potential is there that the hundreds of streets that I talk about specifically in my district may never get done.
If you're referring to, I guess I'm not referring to or familiar with new streets in your district.
There are no new streets.
Yeah, the maintenance efforts are spread pretty evenly throughout the city because of the streets wear out, at a similar pace. So maintenance-wise, we repair streets as the needs come to us, but those needs are growing as well.
And
the
those
more
needs are
streets,
growing.
the more streets that we have to maintain, obviously, the higher the annual cost to do so.
Yeah, I just want us to be realistic with the public. There are going to be some instances where it's going to take significant amounts of time to get to some of the residential streets. And as I said, some people have been waiting 10, 15 years, and they could wait even longer because there's nothing in the CIP for some of those streets even currently for the next 5 years.
Yeah, that is the reality of our current funding situation. Is we are behind on our street maintenance and widening throughout the city. I would agree with that statement.
Okay, and we're not clear at all as to how we're going to. We've got ideas on the table or potential ideas on the table for how we're going to specifically address item 22, but there's nothing in concrete.
We are working on a needs assessment and a maintenance assessment so that we can present those hard facts to the best of our ability to yourselves, to the mayor's office, and to anybody else so that we can at least put numbers to those needs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fitzer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I think I'll just insert a comment here at this point, too, and then we have some more lights I see also. I'm supportive of annexation. I think it's an important tool for our community. It has been and needs to continue to be, and growth is good. So I'll support a large majority of these areas today. But this one does kind of concern me, too. Based on our testimony in the last week and a lot of conversations we've had about the entire package, which is a pretty large package historically, I've had some concerns about some of the most important things, such as police coverage throughout the city. The current plan we have in place, we all support. We'd like to see it happen a little sooner than it is, but it's something we support. But that was geared towards our current population, and now we're growing, and this does not include additional opportunities to address that demand. And then there's some instances where we have infrastructure costs. I'm not sure what calculate in the way we used to or have traditionally in the past when we consider annexation packages. And for me, this is an example of one where I don't think we have calculated the cost of this intersection should we annex it. And if we annex it, it is squarely our responsibility to do it, whereas right now it's not. And there was a comment made, what if we didn't approve this today? What's that financial negative? That there is a bit of a decrease in the expectation in the overall projections provided to us over 10 to 15 years, but that's still a $10 to $12 million positive. And I think the negative to bringing this one in is that we assume an $8 to $10 million street project that residents out there will expect and will squarely be our responsibility. So that's my concern about it. Next slide is Mr. Pauls.
Thank you, Mr. President. Todd, could I have you come up just for one question?
Yes, Todd Fitzer, Public Works.
Todd, if you worked for the county, now we're thinking about 180th Street that's still not 4-lane or 5-lane, would you push the county? If you worked for the county, would you say you're going to do that? Because you know someday the city's going to annex.
Councilman, with all due respect, I don't work for the county, and I would like not to speak for them.
So in other words, you're saying...
I don't know what they would want to do.
Remember I said earlier, we got up today, So.
I'm not sure I know how to answer your question. Is it likely that an entity would improve something when it may not be theirs? I don't know how they view that. Okay. I do understand your point, but I don't know that I can.
I know I'm being a little unfair because, the salary isn't as good there, is it?
I'm trying to be fair as well.
You
I
are.
don't know that I can answer for them.
And I did not mean to put you on the spot. I did not think that through. Thank you. Cassie?
Cassie Seegren, Mayor's Office.
The bank out there, you know what I'm talking about. There's a bank out there on 180th Street.
Mm-hmm.
And right south of the bank, there's undeveloped land.
Yes, I
think,
believe there's a lot out there.
I mean, there's several. I think
Yeah.
will that be housing or a business?
At this point in time, I'm not even sure what it would be. I'm not sure if anybody has submitted plans to Planning Department. Dave Fanslaw might know a little bit more about that. But without looking at the map off the top of my head, I
Okay.
couldn't even tell you what
Okay.
land use
Okay.
it potentially could be.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
Dave Fanslow, City Planning.
Okay. I think you understand the bank that I'm talking,
No, but I'm looking through my map right now,
Okay.
so. Can you
U.S. Republic.
just continue to describe where it was?
It's
Where it's at?
It's on 180th, probably, it's right across from the Walgreens out there. Does that help you out? I don't know the addresses.
Yeah, if you're talking about the land that's adjacent to the bank and to the
Yeah.
other commercial areas out there, it's most likely zone mixed use, so it's going to be office or commercial.
Okay. And that, do you know, are those plans going to be coming forth very soon? You
We
don't know yet?
We don't know when they're going to.
Okay, but they will not be houses, it will be business.
Well, again, I haven't looked at the map, but
Okay.
if I'm picturing what you're talking about, yeah, it's most likely zone mixed use. It would not be housing.
Okay, okay. I'm just thinking where 180th is even going to be busier, and if we have businesses out there. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm just trying to get that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Milton?
Yes, Ms. Segrin, could you come back up?
Cassie Segrin, Mayor's Office.
And Ms. Segrin, actually, I share in Councilman Gray's concerns about streets in North Omaha, streets in South Omaha, and anywhere east of 72nd. I had that concern myself if we're taking on another project regarding 180th Street. However, when you're west of 72nd, there aren't very many funding options for streets. When we're east of 72nd, isn't it true that a number of the TIF projects that we pass, a lot of that money is for infrastructure and street improvements as part of that TIF package?
That would be accurate. I mean, infrastructure improvements are a TIF eligible expense, and quite a few of them do involve improvements to the infrastructure around those projects.
And also, and maybe you can answer this, and maybe let me know if you need me to call somebody else up, but it's my understanding that we've done a number of CSO projects, and we still have another 100 or so CSO projects to go. And part of those CSO projects, when they go, they tear up the streets to do the project. And so then when the CSO project's done, they're left with street resurfacing. Is that correct, or a new street?
Yeah, that would be correct. I believe Marty Great's here. He could go through the whole CSO project for you, but there are a number of CSO projects, specifically east of 72nd, that do involve street resurfacing.
And give me a little, and for the public knowledge, because I know I've asked a lot of these questions and had them answered, but when you're talking about CIPs, that's major capital improvements, which typically includes the actual widening of streets, or new streets, is that right?
That would be correct.
And so most of those projects are actually going to happen west of 680, 72nd or 680, due to the fact that we're typically not widening or creating new streets east of 680, is that right?
That'd be correct. I mean, you will see projects, inside the 680 loop. You'd see projects even east of 72nd or east of 42nd that would be major capital improvement projects. Those that you would see outside of the 680 loop would be widening of new streets, would be new streets that would be going in. So you have kind of two different things. I mean, it all comes back to the infill development, suburban development, which are two different animals when you're looking at that. But you will see primarily those that are in there currently are typically the widenings of the arterials.
But as part of the CIP, we also then have additional funding, and I looked it up, and it looked like we have $7.1 million for major intersections. Is that, I mean, give or take, we actually have a fund for major intersections, and I had it noted on page 28 in case you're looking for that.
Yeah, they're within the CIP, on the transportation section of the transportation bonds, they have it broken out into different zones. And then there's also citywide projects. So citywide projects include additional monies for infrastructure or intersection improvements. It would include monies for other street projects that might come up that could be anywhere within the city. So there are pools within there. The one you're specifically referring to in the CIP that's before you, and it's been in the CIPs in the past, project number 506, which is major intersection improvements. There's currently in the 15 to 20 proposed CIP $7.164 million for intersection improvements. If you start going through there, there's also project number 511 is a street improvement capital fund, which is $1.9 million for other street improvements that need to be done. The other way that you can do this, and I believe I mentioned it before, you primarily would see this in residential areas, but other ways to improve streets outside of the capital improvement program would be a street improvement district.
And so, and those are the funds that we would pay for resurfacing. And if I have a road outside my house that has multiple potholes that really needs to be resurfaced, that's not something that's going to be affected necessarily by annexing Pacific Springs and knowing that maybe in the next 6 to 10 years we may put this on our CIP. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And so and I guess the bottom line is, will this annexation change the fact that we currently are struggling with keeping up with street improvements, and as Mr. Feitzer just said, that we are behind? Will this annexation change that?
In my opinion, no, it won't.
And in fact, if we're going to see an additional $76 million in home or property valuations, we're going to see the property tax come in for that. Maybe a little reduced, hopefully, but we're going to see the property tax come in. Then we're going to see an additional approximately $600,000 in sales tax and revenues.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time we actually get to widening 180th Street, and at this point it's not even on our CIP, so the soonest it would be done would be 7 years, most likely close to 10. We would be looking at, we would have raised just at a minimum in sales and restaurant tax, close to $6 million.
Yeah.
I mean, over that 10-year period.
Over the 10 years. I mean, you'd have the different property taxes coming in. You'd have any sales and restaurant tax coming in. I would wish we had a crystal ball to say when all the streets would be done. I've been in previous council meetings, and I know Councilman Pauls has mentioned 168th Street a couple of different times as various projects have been brought up. The fact of the matter is we don't have that crystal ball. It's not in our plans. It's not in the county's plans. I believe if the county engineer were up here, he'd tell you he wouldn't even be able to say when it would be done. So by not knowing when it's going to be done, being able to bring in additional valuation and keeping in mind that there's still part of that whole intersection and part of 180th Street that we would have potential cost sharing with the county on, that potential exists that we could have those funds to do it. We just don't know when. I mean, there's a whole process you'd have to go through, identifying the funds, design. Mr. Fitzer would be able to tell you better how long it takes to actually design a road than I would. I'm not an engineer, but we could have that money. But right now, I mean, I would tell you it's probably, I think 6 is not the soonest it would be done, nor is 7. I think you're looking well over 10 years before it would ever be done.
Well, in the council, we approved the CIP.
Correct.
So if it got added, the city council could actually take it back out if that vote was there.
Yes, it could.
So at this point in time, by not annexing Pacific Springs, and I guess I would flip it around in saying that there was a statement made that there's too many assertions that are just uncertain about what we're going to do with this street, but we don't have to do anything with this street. And by not annexing Pacific Springs, basically I can say something that is certain is we will be giving up a significant amount of revenue that we would be gaining from the property tax and the sales and restaurant tax, and that's actually is a certainty.
I would agree with that statement. Yes.
And again, I just want to reiterate, by annexing Pacific Springs, we aren't going to be taking any money away from street improvement projects anywhere else in the city at this time.
At this time, no, because it's not even in any of our plans.
Okay, I don't think I have any further questions.
Thank you. Can I just, I wanted to add one thing there, just because we're talking about the numbers, I want to make sure everything's accurate here. So there was some addition there on Pacific Springs itself that over 10 years that might be $6 million in positive revenue. But on the handout here it says it'd be $1.4 million positive to that area over 10 years.
I don't think that includes. I don't know if I'm not sure that includes. I was looking at just the sales and restaurant tax. I believe that's just
It's over 10 years.
Over 10 years for sales and restaurant tax. Hold on, can I ask Steve Curtis?
Sure.
Mr. Curtis, would you be able to answer that?
Steve Curtis, City Finance, yes. Pacific Springs, we actually went through, and we've continued to upgrade this model as they paid off debt, refinanced for all these SIDs. And where it currently stands, Pacific Springs, because they've refinanced their debt recently, their total addition to the model is $1,682,000, so approximately $1,700,000. And remember, that stays in flux because they'll continue to use their cash, they'll commit to other projects, they'll refinance, take out warrants. So all we can do is give you the best picture that we can at the time, but right now it's about $1,700,000 over 10 years.
And does that, and I guess my question is, and so maybe I misunderstood, does that include just property tax, or is that sales, restaurant, and property tax?
That's everything, as it is Steve Curtis City Finance. The sales from restaurant tax is about $500,000 to $600,000 of that number, and property tax generates the majority of the rest of it. There is some street and highway tax money in there as well, to the tune of about $300,000.
And what are the funding sources for widening that road? That's all money that's going to basically go into our general fund. But when it comes to widening 180th Street, we have various funding options, and none of that money would be touched. We don't use any general fund money for those capital improvements.
In the CIP, yeah, it could be street and highway funds. There are potential for federal or state funds. It's kind of hard to predict where they will participate or where they won't. But certainly, as Cassie Seagren said, it would be a combination of at least city and county at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And I think also attributed on that same spreadsheet is, in that area, the street and highway funds amount to about $313,000 over that 10-year time frame, correct?
Steve Curtis, City Finance, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Jerem.
Mr. Curtis, and that's because the city's positive, negative balance assessment is not based upon simply the city providing the costs of building streets and maintaining them. It's the cost of providing all services associated with city government. Is that correct?
Steve Curtis, City Finance. Yeah, the cost of services right now in Pacific Springs over the 10-year period, and again, as you pointed out, it's everything including garbage collection, it is repair of the streets, maintenance of parks.
Fire,
would be about $1.2 million over that period of time.
So the net to the city is 1.7 over 10 years.
Correct. And that includes the chief of police, who's already looked at policing costs in the West and have said that he's got plenty for 2015 with the addition that he's got coming in that budget period.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzer.
Todd Fitzer, Public Works.
I believe you referenced this morning needs assessment that was done in terms of the city's infrastructure costs. And we also talked about the CIP for transportation infrastructure. And I just want to talk about a little bit of the numbers. And that's because about 5 years ago, a little over, when I was sworn in as a council member, I remember going to a public meeting with you over a project, and one of the questions you were asked was, is there any money available to do this sort of improvement in my district? Do you remember that meeting?
I've had lots of meetings like that, yes.
And do you remember telling the crowd assembled that you wish that we had the dollars to do these projects, but there was, at that time, a $300 million underfunding for the infrastructure needs of the city?
Yeah, and I was referring to our capital needs based on volume to capacity that we're aware of today, yes.
Today, that number has been updated through the recent reevaluation process that you've gone through with the help of some experts in the area. Is that true?
It's in draft form, but we are working on it, yes.
In the current number that you shared with us this morning is $500 million, right?
We anticipate it'll be in that neighborhood. I don't have the exact number yet, but it does appear that it's gone up.
We also have a traffic signal infrastructure system that is still communicating on DOS technology. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that you've advised this council in the last year needs desperately in need of upgrading, and that's about $30 million?
Approximately.
So with the city, we are also at a level in terms of our air quality standards in the EPA for the Clean Air Act that are hovering just below the threshold where we would trigger mandated upgrades to our transportation environment to bring those levels down. Is that not correct?
We are currently in attainment, but we are very close to that threshold, yes.
So in terms of the prioritizing the needs of the city and that $500 million in upgrades, and well as the $30 million for this traffic signals, wouldn't it behoove the city to concentrate on moving vehicles in the urban core more efficiently and thus limiting the amount of idle time that cars have, thus the CO emissions and therefore our air quality?
I would suggest any time we can move cars more efficiently in any part of our city, it would be to our benefit, yes.
Would it also include the promotion of alternative transportation to...
Certainly, and that is being looked at.
And
yes.
would it also include things such as the BRT, where we recently had a Tiger grant applied for $35 million approximately?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So what percent was it of CIP dollars for transportation currently are spent outside of the 680 loop versus inside?
I was referring to our capital needs study that was going on. CIP, I don't know the dollars on CIP. That tends to be spread around. I don't have that number with me today. I apologize, but
I think
for the future needs assessment.
I think it was 90% west of 680. But as you said earlier, that's kind of where all the widening is going on. And
well, for our future needs assessment, that is accurate. If you look at, and again, that's the map for new roads. That's our future need assessment. That's where the roadways are currently either unpaved or two-lane unimproved county roads. And as you move west, you need to build 3 or 5 lane urban arterials. In that capital improvement, in the needs assessment for future, yes, it will be skewed to the west.
So there's a few points in this little exercise here, and that's because, contrary to what I think some people might think of these questions or previous statements made by others on this agenda item today as being an east versus west matter, it's really a dollars and cents matter to me in terms of what our needs are, what our priorities are, where we need to be moving as a city in terms of our transportation environment, and what the tolerance level is of the community in terms of absorbing these costs. This is a particularly close one for me, and had Ms. Segrin not confirmed that the upgrades needed to Pacific and 180th wouldn't happen until after 10 years, I probably would have been coming down on the no vote on this. But it's probably making me lean yes, although I haven't completely resolved this in my mind, because I think we have a desperate need of a mode shift, to borrow the name of one organization in town, as to how we need to approach our transportation. And that's at its infancy, as I see it.
It is. I would state that it's being looked at in much more detail and with much more concern than any other time that I'm aware of in my career, certainly. And we are looking at the next phase of the alternatives analysis study, which includes the BRT that you referred to and the route from Crossroads downtown, and are looking at that in more detail. And of course, we do realize the importance of that, yes.
The other thing is, if I could have Mr. Fanslaw up here for a second. Thank you, Mr. Fitzer. We've had a number of urban infill projects come through in the last couple of years, and they've really done a wonderful job of increasing density, and they've enjoyed, for the most part, some fairly good support on the council, for which, I'm thankful for the other council members supporting those, because many of them happen to be in my district. But would you underscore, we have this periodic knock I hear on our master plan and the goals of our city in promoting this urban infill, and if what we just heard here today isn't enough to give you a little minute to put a plug in for what we're trying to achieve through higher density in the urban part of the city, now's your chance, because when neighborhoods hear about a project that's promoting density, and this is how we achieve a bigger bang for our buck, so we can afford as a city this sprawl that we've had. Mr. Fanslaw?
Sure. Well, obviously there have been, over the last few years at least, there have been many infill projects that have increased the density, I'd say, inside the interstate loop, east of 72nd Street. So, one of the goals of the master plan is to increase the density of the built city. The roads are there, the sewers are there, the required infrastructure basically in place in those older parts of the city. So, like Councilman Jerem said, more bang for your buck probably, because that infrastructure is already in place and can surely accommodate densification.
You have more people who use mass transit or alternative transit.
Absolutely.
Who are all paying through their, whether it's through condo property taxes or their rent it's being passed down to them, the restaurant taxes that help support the same type and size of pipes and sewers and police and fire that you don't get when you spread thin as you go west.
Absolutely, and transportation, mass transit, just that other, more of that infrastructure that's already in place that people have an opportunity to use. And you're right, the more people, the more dense, the easier it is to maintain and provide those services.
Thank you.
Sure.
So while I probably go along with number 22 today, I just want, it's kind of a fair warning. I don't know if we come back so quick on another, what I would call aggressive annexation package in the near future that takes us even further out of the loop, then my position will be the same, because the people who live in Pacific Springs will be, if this passes, residents of the city, and they'll have expectations for how they're able to traverse the city in their cars or other forms of transportation. And if they're sitting in gridlock trying to get in and out of their subdivisions, we're the ones who are going to hear about it, the mayor's going to hear about it, and then ultimately, what happens is that things flow uphill to the executives like you two. But this is a real aggressive package as I see it. And this, contrary to the passion of the mayor to bring this in, for me, this is not east-west, it's dollars and cents. And this is a very close one. But I'm going to go along with this one.
Thank you. Mr. Gray.
Thank you. Mr. Pitzer, if I can get you up again, please. This morning when we spoke and we talked about this specific item, your concern was that, well, let me not put words in your mouth. Can we wait 10 years to do 180th or Pacific? Can we wait that long? Your assertion earlier was that there is such issues there right now that I don't know that we can wait 10 years. I just want to hear from you if we can wait 10 years or longer on that project.
Well, if I may,
just your professional opinion on that.
Yes, Councilman. If I may, this is very similar to lots of other arterials that I don't know that we're going to have a choice but to wait 10 years because of our funding concerns. I would rather not. As a transportation professional, I'd like to spend that $300 million today and build the system that I know would work and give everybody efficient, safe transportation and lower the pollution that Councilman Jerem mentioned earlier. Given the state of our federal dollars and how far out our money is already spoken for, I'm not sure we're going to have a lot of choice. If that funding situation changes, I certainly would support making those improvements, but I don't know that it will.
Okay, so your answer is right now you can't, there's no resources to do it within 10 years, but you would prefer to do it sooner if you could.
If the resources were available, there's lots of projects I'd like to do sooner, but in all reality, it probably will be outside of that 10-year time frame.
Okay, two other areas I want to address. One is TIF and one is CSO. Is Marty Gray here?
He's behind you.
Marty Gray, Public Works. Marty, okay, thank you. Now, when we're talking about CSO projects and we're talking about having to resurface after they've torn up the street, they're not going to, let's use 24th Street, for example, where they're currently working. They're going to resurface the area that they tore up, right? They're not going to resurface 24th Street, which needs it.
It varies by project. We assess the condition of the street, and we also take into consideration the heavy equipment that will be working in the area of a project. And even though the street may be okay now, it can't support the heavy equipment and it will crumble. So we do curb-to-curb replacements in some cases, and in some cases we're just able to go in and just tear out one lane or a portion of a lane. So it really just varies by project and street condition and traffic conditions and things like that. We're trying to be as economically responsible as we can, but still, we don't want to leave the area in a worse condition than when we went in there.
But my point is you're not going to resurface 24th Street, all of 24th Street, right?
I believe that that's true. I can't tell you.
And we're not going to resurface where they're on Lake Street now. We're not going to resurface all of Lake Street, which needs it, are we?
I believe you're correct, but I can't say that with certainty. I just don't have that information.
The point I'm trying to make is that in most instances, the CSO project is going to resurface the portions of the area that they tear out, with the possible exception of when there's heavy equipment, as Marty just said, they may do some of that work, but Lake Street itself is not scheduled for resurfacing. 24th Street is not scheduled for resurfacing. I want to talk about TIF just for a second. I don't want us to leave here thinking that all of the projects that we do under TIF require street maintenance work as well, because I can list you 5 projects that I know of right now in North Omaha where there were no elements of the street associated with that. Heartland Workforce Solutions for one, St. Richard's for another. There are a number of TIF projects where the requirements for replacing the street were not part of the TIF. The only one that I'm aware of where TIF was used in my district specifically, and street repairs and sidewalks were maintained, was when we put in the Walmart. But I'm not aware of any other TIF project in my district where streets were included in the renovation of that project. So I think I don't want us to get misled here and say, or make a statement that is partially true, but not all the way true. TIF does not necessarily replace streets. CSO is not necessarily going to repave all of Lake Street, or all of 24th Street, or all of 30th Street, or all of any of the other areas where the CSO is going to go. They're going to, for the most part, because of cost savings and other things, and being more expedient in terms of getting the work done, especially for businesses in the area, they will repair the street that they've damaged, and maybe some portions of it other than that if there's been damage by heavy equipment. But to assume that they're going to repave Lake Street is not accurate. To believe that they're going to improve 24th Street is not accurate. So we need to be careful, when we're talking about this, because they're going to renovate or resurface portions of it, but all of it will not be serviced at all. And it goes to the point again of what I'm saying. There are literally hundreds of streets, specifically in my district, that may never see resurfacing occur if we don't do something to address the plans, to address what currently exists and create a plan to address that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, this was a close vote for me, too, because it is in my district, and I have not received any emails or calls saying we don't want it, and yet I am sensitive to the issues brought up by several of my colleagues on this council. It's a close one for me, but because I have in the past taken previous 3 mayors under just consideration of what they have to say and their long-range vision, I'm willing to go ahead and do that again. But I, too, am concerned that in the future, being aggressive sometimes is okay, and I'm voting for this particular package, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that other aggressive packages in the future that I'll just automatically be on board with it. But I, too, am kind of on the fence, but I think I'm going to go ahead and go with this. In fact, I guess since it's my district, I'll be the one that moves the approval of it, and then we'll see if we get a second on it, and then I ask my colleagues to vote their conscience.
There's a motion and a second, and I'll have just one final comment before we have a vote. So obviously this caused a little bit of angst of council members, and I think council members did a nice job reviewing this and asking the questions we should ask when we're asked to consider annexation packages and the expansion of city services that everyone expects. In my view, just a summary of what we kind of just heard in that last exchange with Mr. Fitzer that I just want to make sure is clear to everybody, is that there'll be different opinions, and we'll take a vote here, and however that vote comes down is how it will be resolved. But in my view, it's still not a financial positive, because what we just described was a $1.7 million benefit to the city over 10 years from all funding sources in this area. But we also just described an $8 to $10 million transportation project that we're assuming as a result of annexing that area. So it's not a financial positive unless we don't plan to do that intersection. And I think what we just heard is we don't plan to do that intersection anytime in the foreseeable future, or at least certainly not over the 10-year period. So in that instance, it could be a financial positive, but people should know in that area that maybe expecting improvements there, that's not anywhere in the plans at this point.
Just in relation to what you're saying, my understanding is that the intersection will be done irregardless of this vote today, but the other areas beyond the intersection is what's in question.
Correct, the widening. Thanks for correcting my terminology.
Okay.
And turn lanes. Yeah.
And I'm going to put faith in the mayor's office that it will be a cost-sharing issue or solution when and if it does come, and that it looks like that won't come for a long while. I'm going to go ahead, since I've worked with other mayors this way, then I'm going to continue to work with this mayor that way, too.
Thank you. And Ms. Melton, did you have a final comment, too?
Thank you. Actually, I was just going to bring up what Councilman Thompson just said. I didn't want people who live off 180th, I believe 168th and 180th are already being done. We already have the funding, it's already accounted for. Is that correct? The intersections are in the works. Mr.
Those 2 intersections are going to have the right turn lanes widened. And I want to clarify, these are 3-lane sections today. What we're all talking about here as the next need, is a 5-lane section. So picture 144th and Pacific, that's a 5-lane section on all 4 approaches. As we go west to beyond 168th Street, then that tapers to a 3-lane. What we're talking about is adding right turn lanes to those 2 3-lane sections. And I don't want to call it a Band-Aid, but it's an interim improvement that is going to improve the safety and performance of those intersections until we can reach the funding levels needed to make the ultimate improvement. And 180th Street is one of our major MAP 21 identified arterials in that plan for future widening. So it will happen, I just don't know when. But the improvements that will be made in 15 are not the ultimate improvements. They are improvements adding the right turn lanes to those intersections.
Right, I just wanted to clarify
and that is funded, and it will happen.
That has nothing to do with whether we annex
That is
Pacific
correct.
Springs or not.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's already in the works. It's going to happen in 2015. We pay 75%, county pays 25%.
That is exactly right.
And that's not going to change.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, especially for the people that live around those 2 intersections. So. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Gray?
No.
Jerem?
Yes.
Milton?
Yes.
Pauls?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
No.
It passes on a 5-2 vote. Item number 23, ordinance to extend the limits to the SID 407 Southwestern Plaza and adjacent areas northeast 144th and L Streets.
Public hearing on number 23 was held on August 12th.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 24, ordinance to extend the limits to Arbor Oaks and adjacent areas, SID 418 northeast of 150th and West Maple Road.
Public hearing on number 24 was held on August 12th.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 25, ordinance to extend the limits to Alltech Business Park, SID 422 northwest of 144th and F Streets.
Public hearing on number 25 was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed, or 7-0. Item 26, ordinance to extend the limits to I-80 Business Park, SID 436 north of Harrison Street and abutting 118th Street Circle.
Public hearing on number 26 was held on August 12th.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 27, ordinance to extend the limits to the Blondo 108 Business Park and adjacent areas, SID 510 northwest 108th and Blondo Streets.
Public hearing was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray? Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item number 28, ordinance to extend the city limits to Miracle Hills Golf Course, southeast 120th and Blondo Streets.
Public hearing on number 28 was held on August 12th.
Motion is denied.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Not passed, 7-0. Item 29, ordinance to extend the limits northeast of 60th and Harrison Streets.
Public hearing was held on number 29 was held on August 12th.
Motion is denied.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson?
Mr. President, I need a clarification.
Okay.
We are denying
It's not passing.
the entire thing?
Just number 29. That 60th and Harrison Streets is what the motion is.
And the motion is to deny?
Yes.
Not correct.
So no will annex.
I want to deny.
Yes.
You want to yes?
Yes.
Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
It is not passed on a 4-3 vote. Liquor. Item number 30, Four Seasons Convenience Store, 2202 North 16th Street. Class I liquor license, no application, new location, and communications from their attorney requesting an amendment to a package liquor license and communications opposing.
Public hearing on number 30 is today. Proponents, please. Mr. Kelly.
Mr. President, members of the council, I'm here with Mr. Baranhu. This is a convenience store proposal on North 16th Street. He plans to put, we understand there's some challenges with this area. He does propose, however, to put in over 6 figures. He does need a liquor license to do that. We have agreed in principle that we would not sell the airplane shots, even though there is somebody down the street about a block doing it, but we will not do it initially. If everything works out, someday we might come back, but that's not today. So today, with that restriction and be package only, we would ask for your support. And Mr. Baranhu is here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Please come down.
My name's Anton Rotz. I live at 1512 Burdette, and we have problems with a lot of intoxicated homeless people in the neighborhood already. And I don't know if this would be a good idea to have another liquor store down there or not, but that's what I'm here to say.
Great.
Thank you.
Say the name again for me.
Sir,
Say
your
your
name?
name again for me.
Anton Rotz. R-O-C-Z.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other opponents today?
Right here.
Oh, please. You can provide a microphone too if you prefer.
I can't hardly hear you.
We can provide a microphone too if you prefer.
He's got a microphone.
Okay.
I got a microphone right here.
You can sit if you want. You can sit where you want to see the council. You can sit if you want. Okay.
Hi, my name is Constance Carter.
Constance?
Yes.
Is it on? Is it on?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Constance Carter. I live at 2055 North 18th, which is about a block and a half away from where they're trying to open this store. I have a letter here that I wrote up, and a lot of the neighbors and homeowners in the area signed it as part of like a petition.
Sure.
Can I just read it to you?
Sure.
Or you can make sure that the clerk can get it to you if you want. If you prefer to, if you want to read it, you can. I mean, it just.
I can't hear what he said.
Yes. You can read it if you want.
Yep.
You can read it or you can give it to the clerk, either one.
We'll hand it in for the record, and if you want to summarize what it says first, that'd be fine.
Here, I'll take it.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. This is the first letter, and there's the signatures, and that's another.
Got it. I'll hand it in to the clerk.
Okay, and we're really against it because there's already a liquor store. Well, they sell beer and liquor like a block away, but we don't need a liquor store on each corner. We have kids that go to school, they have to wait for the school bus and walk to Conestoga, and we have a lot of homeless that are around there that walk around, and they're usually intoxicated or under the influence of something else. They fall out in our yards, they discard their trash and litter in our yards. We have to pick up behind them. We're constantly calling the 911 because somebody has passed out. Those kids don't need to see that. We don't like living like that. They come up on our porches, they fall asleep on our porches. They come up and ask for money. I mean, you know, it's really a problem. Right now, if you go down there right now, I can guarantee you there's probably somebody asleep on this property that they're trying to get the license for. You know, it's becoming out of hand. It's out of hand right now. You know, they're homeless. I understand their homelessness. You know, I understand that. I can deal with that. But it's like a marathon every day because they walk down going to the Sienna Francis house. We have to deal with them on a daily basis. You can't sit on your porch. You can't sit in your yards because of them. And a lot of them, like I said, right now they're probably right there on that property, passed out drunk or just sitting on the ledge, you know. They sit in front of it all day. It's a constant thing all day, every day. So we're against it. The neighborhood is truly against it.
Can you stay there for a minute? Because there'll be some other people that'll talk, but I just wanted you to stay there. I wanted to have a dialogue.
I cannot hear you.
He asked that you stay there for a minute, and we'll see if there's any other opponents in the meantime. Any other opponents that want to come down? Pastor Ashley, please.
You can get past me.
Forgive me, to the City Council. Pastor Gregory C. Ashley, St. John Missionary Baptist Church, 3912 North 16th Street. I'm just going to be really frank and honest with you. I think we need another liquor store like we need a hole in the head in North Omaha. We just don't need it. We have enough package stores in our area as it is. And I understand people need to make a living. But right now, we just have enough issues in our community already as it relates to alcohol and drugs. And that particular property, people are living on that property as we speak. They're laying in front of that property. And I just don't think it's a great idea. I really, really don't. I think it would do a disservice to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents today? Go ahead and close public hearing. Mr. Kelly, do you want a short rebuttal?
Just a short rebuttal, if I could, Mr. President. Mike Kelly, 7134 Pacific again. These are tough cases. And it's a, you know, a catch-22. If you want development, you have to have a developer. And this is not a liquor store. This is a full-service convenience store with gas and groceries. And it's going to be, he's going to put way over 6 figures in this thing. So if you want development, some of it, you know, part of the business plan for these businesses is alcohol. And you can restrict it, as we talked about with the airplane shots, and try to make sure, and he's going to have a challenge with the neighborhood. He's willing to take that risk and do that investment. So those are the tough calls you got to make. I think he's got a good plan, as a good person, and a good businessman. I think he's worthy of the opportunity to have that. We're willing to work with the neighbors on any kind of concessions you see fit to do. But, and again, it's a tough call. But I think I would side with the development, because you can't, I mean, you've got to start somewhere. Someone's going to put the money in, the money talks. I think that's what you have to do. So I would still ask you to approve it, notwithstanding the objections.
Thank you. I'm going to close public hearing. Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Constance, this is one that I have wrestled with and continue to wrestle with. And let me ask you this, and maybe Pastor Ashley, if he's available too, if we could, because part of the problem with the homeless, and you've addressed a couple of problems, but you haven't addressed the main one that concerns me. We're living in a very challenged area if you go a little north of there. So one of the problems with the homeless and what they do is they don't have a lot of money. And so what they end up doing, I'm asking them to restrict selling single cans of beer, single bottles of beer, and airplane shot, those little airplane shot liquor things that you get. It's going to be a challenge for them because, as you mentioned, a block down the street, that's what they do. And they sell those single bottles and those single cans. I'm trying to find, if I can, a happy medium here where we can at least test this with no single bottles, no cans, and none of those airplane shots. Because I'm concerned, first of all, that I'm concerned about the things that you're concerned about, but we have limited a lot of that with, this council has eliminated a lot of that with the restriction of no cans, bottles, or airplane shots. I want to know your thoughts about that.
I don't think we need another liquor store, whether they're selling singles or 6-packs. We have 3 right down there. We have the Dundale, which is a block away from where they're going to be located. We have Chubb's, which is less than a half a mile away. We have BT Convenience on 20th in Miami, which is another half a mile. That's 3 liquor stores right there, within a mile or less radius. You know, and even if they sell them a 6-pack and not a single shot, they start walking and they're starting to drink out of that 6-pack. Even if they're not selling a single can. As soon as they come out of the store, they immediately will open that sack. Those that are walking or homeless or whatever, they're going to open that sack and start drinking right away. They're not going to wait till they don't have a home to go to sit down and drink this 6-pack. They're going to start drinking as soon as they come out of that store. Like I said, if you go down there right now, there's somebody sitting there drinking something now. And when they walk away, they're not going to go to a trash can and throw it away. They're going to drop it in my yard or my neighbor's yard or somebody else along their route or wherever they're going to be headed. So it doesn't matter whether they sell a 6-pack or a single. We don't want them selling any at all. We have enough that we're picking up now. We're cleaning up now. I understand homelessness. I do. And I feel for those people. But those of us that are not homeless and that are trying to do something with our lives and with our neighborhood, we should have to put up with them. We should not have to put up with it, whether they're selling a single can or a 6-pack. Well, I don't think it's fair to us.
Okay. Would a probation period be satisfactory for you? You just don't want it at all? Okay.
Not me. We already have enough.
Okay.
We already have enough.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Constance. This one's been a rough one for me, and I guess I'm really not sure. I would ask my council members to vote their conscience. I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with this yet, because we've got, and I know we've got, I get calls all the time about the homeless people up in Conestoga and Concord Square, because they go as far as Concord Square and Conestoga Place, and you'll find them in areas up there. So I know it exists, and I know the problem is bad, and I tried to articulate that problem when we had a conversation about it, and I gave some conditional support of it, but I have to, in light of you all's testimony, I have to really take this into consideration. So right now I'm not comfortable with voting in the affirmative for this. So let's I'll ask my colleagues to vote their conscience, but this one has really been a tough one for me. But given the people who have testified here, I doubt that I can support this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Gurnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have the applicant come up? Give your name for the record.
Brian Hawali.
What I haven't heard, and certainly I think we've all heard quite a bit, but what I haven't heard is at least an opportunity from you, sir, is to, you've heard what's been said in regards to what's happened in the past, what is happening right now as we sit and stand here. Tell us in your operational plan how you're going to address some of these issues that will take place in and around your property.
Well, I am here to just take opportunity to have the liquor store, and I've seen the area. It has been down for a while, so we just driving around. I'm not by myself to open. I have a family to work with, so basically we were saying 3-4 people, if there is inside of as a cashiering or working together, will not happen that much people. Plus, we will have a guard not to drink around, not to throw their cans around, so we can clean up our neighborhood and have what they need more, like chops. That's what I was trying to manage it. But I don't know that area that well. I just came from California about a year ago, so.
We won't hold that against you. It sounds like you've taken the opportunity to go around, not just the property that you plan on investing in, but the neighborhood as well, and recognize the concerns that have been told to us today. On your business plan, if I understand it correctly, you're going to have security, both inside and outside. You have part of your operational plan will be to clean up both your property on the inside and on the outside and along the perimeter. What I didn't hear was your cooperation with the local authorities. Tell me about that part of the plan.
I will cooperate with the authority as they come to me, but I can go out and hunt a problem, but if the problems come in, the police will come and I will cooperate as they appear. But right now, I don't see any problem on that area. I'm black, and that's a black community. I don't think there is a problem will show up on that area, to me.
So
I mean, what was the
If I understand you
difference?
correctly, you plan on taking an active participation.
Yes, right.
If you foresee a problem, you're going to try to solve it yourself, and then if the authorities are activated in that sort of measure, you'll be fully cooperative in that sense as well.
Yes, sir. Of course.
And I can see the dilemma, Mr. Gray. I've been there. I can see that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. President.
For the lights, I'm not sure where I'm going to come down on this either. I think that the testimony was of concern to me too. But one thing I do know is that whether this gets approved by a majority of the council or not, it does need to be amended.
Yes.
It can't be a Class I in this situation, or I don't think anybody would desire that to be on and off sale, including the applicant. So I'm not sure how this will go today or what further input will be, but I do know that to move the process forward, if somebody wants to, it should be amended so that it's package off sale only, and I would add probably no singles, as Mr. Gray was starting to discuss there, but I'll throw that out there for further discussion. Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like I said, this one was really when the potential owner came in and not this Mr. Kelly, but the other Mr. Kelly came in and talked to me about it. I was very hesitant and tried to caution him about moving into that area because of the concern, because of the homeless population. There are a couple other populations up there that I'm also concerned about that are a little bit more devious in some ways in their behavior. Well, I won't make an amendment to make this a Class C, because I don't know at this point that I'm going to support it based on what I hear from the neighbors. This one's been really difficult, and I'll just wait for the vote and have other people vote their conscience. But I don't see myself at this point being able to support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Did you have a clarification, Mr. Clerk?
The request is to amend it to a package.
No further lights?
I didn't make a motion. Okay. No problem. I didn't make a motion.
Mr. Gurnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Been trying to stay over these last 13 years consistent in giving an applicant that first chance. I'm going to stay with that, make a motion to amend from a Class I to a packaged liquor.
Does that include no singles?
Well, no, but let's
And
amend
the
it
conditions that were mentioned, no single cans, bottles, or airplane shot.
Conditions should
Okay. There's a motion and a second on that. And I don't know how I'll ultimately vote, but I think that amendment is an improvement, so I think that's a good amendment. There's a motion and a second. No further lights. Roll call.
Gray?
No.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Now, there should be a motion to adopt as amended with the stipulations that there's no sale of single containers less than 32 ounces of beer or 375 milliliters of liquor.
With the amendment aforementioned by the clerk.
Roll call.
Gray?
Mr. Gray, did you have a comment?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
If you don't mind, before you take the roll call, I wish there was some way that that they would agree to a probationary period, because it looks like. Well, anyway, just take the roll call. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may.
Please.
We can still call it if we get those responses like we did on
Several in my district. The opportunity for them, the neighbors, to call in, and you can activate that measure just any time we want. And I've done that in the past.
I would encourage the neighbor, if this passes, I would encourage you all to watch very closely.
And I'm sure that they will. I think we have evidence of that today.
Yeah.
Ms. Milton.
I would like to say to Pastor Ashley, I would ask you for a favor, and you do come to a number of our council meetings, because you are very concerned with this neighborhood and very concerned with what's going on. As a member of the law committee, I would welcome your opinion, and I would like to see a probationary period here so that we can call them in front of the law committee if this isn't working. I mean, I guess we don't have to have them on a probationary period to do that. However, I think typically when we call people in, it's not just for litter around the neighborhood and maybe some of the problems we heard today. So I almost think we need to have a probationary period in order to do that. Is that, I mean... Yes, Mr. Kelly.
If I could, Council Lady, I think once the license is issued, they're on probation opening day. You can put them on any kind of, you can have a law committee put them on anything you want. I think you either give them the license or you don't give them the license. But they're on a probation with you guys from this point forward. I mean, obviously, it's a close issue here. They'll know that, and they'll act accordingly, or they won't have a license. And it won't work economically in the community either. But they'll be on, I mean, I think this vote puts them on probation either way.
Well, and I appreciate the development. I mean, we need to continue to have business in North Omaha, and I think I agree with Councilman Gurnett. I think everybody deserves a first try, but perhaps you know what this council is looking for because you've been doing this for quite a while, and I think after the response I heard from your client today, maybe he needs a little more guidance. So maybe I would ask you.
There's a language barrier too. So
I understand that. That's why I'm maybe asking that. You know what we're looking for, and I think you know what he needs to do in order to make this successful, in order for him to keep from getting called in. And I would just ask that you maybe have more of a one-on-one instead of him standing up here in front of the council. We may have put him on the spot and he wasn't ready.
We'll be giving him that advice, and we'll still continue to work with Councilman Gray and anything that we need to do going forward in the event that this passes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pauls.
Thank you, Mr. President. The thing that Mr. Kelly could have just... What struck me initially is you said this is going to be a six-figure investment.
Correct. Mike Kelly, for the record.
So in other words, this is not going to be just...
The pumps alone are over $100,000. So it's got to be whole redone. It was probably a little closer to $250 than it is to $100.
So in other words, a substantial amount of money is going to be invested in this?
Yes. Yes, sir.
It's going to clean up the area?
Plus jobs, yes. Like I said, it's a tough issues, but I think if it's done right, I think it's a benefit to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray.
Yeah, just one final comment to my colleagues and to the audience. What Constance and other people are talking about is very, very real. We have serious issues in that area with the homeless population. And it's not to come down hard on homeless people, but there are significant issues there of people drinking and falling asleep, and litter ending up in other folks' yard. I think there needs to be. I think the other thing that needs to occur is the owner needs to, if this passes, and I can't support it, but if this passes. That they join the neighborhood association so that they're constantly aware of what the neighbors are concerned about. I think that ought to be a stipulation as well. Again, I can't, because I know that area and because I know the concerns, I cannot support this. I cannot, but I can't at the same time, lobby against it in any sort of way with you all at this point. But I want you to understand that the issues that Constance and other people are talking about are significantly real. And it's almost like the roads thing. We need a comprehensive plan on how we deal with homeless, quite frankly. Because we're not having that right now. And we need to do that. So, again, I can't support it, but I'm going to ask the council members to vote their conscience. But I would say, at a minimum, Mr. Kelly, he needs to join the neighborhood association.
And if I could, Mike Kelly, yes, we'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Clerk, is it enough to have it on record, or do we need to make it part of what we vote on, what we actually vote on?
Which part are we talking about?
The part about joining the neighborhood committee.
They have committed to doing that. That's part of the record.
Okay. And Mr. Kelly, we want to bring your client back in 6 months regardless of whether there's a complaint or not.
Good idea.
And I'd like that to be part of the record. Thank you.
Mike Kelly, we agree to that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further lights. There was a motion as amended and a second. Roll call.
With stipulations.
With
Gray?
stipulations.
No.
Jerem? Milton? Yes. Pauls?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
No.
And Jerem passed the second time for a potential conflict of interest. It is adopted 4-1 passing with stipulations. Item number 31, Crescent Moon Ale House, 3578 Farnham Street, request permission for a special designated license for a beer garden on September 26th and 27th. Music would end at midnight.
Candace Gladwin,
I'll
48.
call the public hearing first, if you don't mind.
sorry.
Public hearing on number 31 is today. Proponents, please, go ahead.
Candace Gladwin, 4802 Capitol Avenue for the Crescent Moon.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents today? Any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Roll call.
Gray? Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes. Thank you.
Approved 7-0. We will take item 32 and 33 for one public hearing, and we'll have individual votes. 32 is a resolution that effective 30 days after the adoption of this resolution, the Class C liquor license held by Maria Sangria at 302 South 11th Street is hereby canceled for reasons set forth herein. 33 is a resolution that effective 3 days after adoption of this resolution, any certificate of occupancy issued for the premises operated by Maria Sangria at 302 South 11th Street or any other business conducted on these premises is hereby revoked for reasons set forth herein. No certificate of occupancy may be issued for the premises until full compliance with the public nuisance prevention standards and the notice of abatement issued to that business is achieved.
Public hearings on items number 32 and 33 are today. Proponents, please. Mr. Mumgard.
Tom Mumgard, Deputy City Attorney. I'll just outline for you the process that you need to follow on these two resolutions. They both look to cancel something, but they look to cancel different things. The first one cancels the liquor license. Second one cancels the certificate of occupancy for a failure to stop a nuisance. Both of these will be looking at whether this business is operating only as a restaurant, as the council was told in January of 2013, and both will be looking at whether customers that are attracted to this business create disturbances with an undue use of police resources. I'd point out that the procedure for this is a little bit different than typical. It will start with testimony in favor of canceling the license. You will hear from 3 police officers with experience in the area and a police captain. You will see a short video of activity inside the business when police arrived at one point. You can hear from other intended persons at that time, and I'll point out that the applicant or the licensee has the right under the ordinances to ask questions and cross-examine the witnesses that are appearing in favor of canceling the license. They would typically do that by sitting off to the side and then asking questions after the testimony is over. You've received some exhibits from me kind of outlining the history and how we got here and some of the activity that's gone in the last week since you passed the resolution last week calling for this hearing. They show that this really began back in August of 2013, this effort to discipline the licensee and bring it into compliance with some of the representations they made back when they got the license clear back in January of 2013. That effort that began in August of 2013 was postponed essentially because the state stepped in and we're taking some action. That's now been completed. I've provided you some documents that a little bit of the history behind this license. Unless you have any questions about the procedure, I'll just turn it over to the police department to testify about what they see down at this business.
Any questions from council members on that?
I would start with Sergeant Jeremy Christensen, please.
So this is sort of new for us, of course. We appreciate you helping to facilitate this process. And by note, this is different because this is the first example of the Good Neighbor Ordinance passed by the council a couple of years ago, right?
Yes, 32 is a process that's set out in state law. You've used it several times. It's appealable to the State Liquor Control Commission. As you point out, 33 is what we call the Good Neighbor Ordinance. It's a nuisance ordinance that anybody selling alcohol is held to special standards. If they violate those standards, they're declared to be a nuisance, and they're told to stop it. That process has been followed. If they don't stop it, then the planning director forwards a resolution to you, and that's the resolution you have today.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Jeremy Christensen with the Omaha Police Department.
In late September, early October of 2013, as part of the Special Operations Vice Squad, we were given an assignment to begin an investigation into Maria Sangria to see if they were complying with the letter of abatement that was issued by the city. As part of that assignment, undercover officers of the Omaha Police Department went to the location just to see if the owners were operating the premises under the as a sit-down restaurant, bar and grill type operation, or if they were operating the establishment as a nightclub. What we found was there is an actual sit-down restaurant on the lower level. However, the upper level of the restaurant was operated in a manner consistent with that of a nightclub, with a DJ being present, drinks being sold, loud music, things of that nature. We were able to take a camera in with us on all occasions and film the activities going on at the location. I will advise you that the upstairs level was extremely dark and the music is extremely loud, so that will kind of explain why the video quality upstairs is not that great. If we want to view the video right now, we can show you what we saw. Again, basically what you just saw in the video, walking up to the venue on September 28th, you could hear the loud music on the exterior of the club. And obviously, again, when we entered the establishment, normally on the lower level of the club, there were no more than 1 or 2 tables eating food at any one given time. They also had free salsa lessons during our investigation, which would account for the music. As you saw on the 3rd level where it was really dark, we had strobe lights, loud music. There was always a DJ present. We never observed anybody eating food on the top level, which is ran like a nightclub. We didn't see any evidence of any menus being offered. At no time did anybody ever offer us any food up on the top level. So, I guess at this time I'd like to entertain any questions y'all may have.
Thank you. Any questions at this point?
They can ask questions of the officer if they like.
Is it their turn to ask questions?
They can ask questions too during this hearing.
Okay.
If you're going to ask any questions, please give your name before you ask a question.
Nicholas Scalise, 3808 North 50th Street. Did any officers contact the accused or assumed outside promoters? On those videos?
I'm sorry.
Did any officers contact the accused or assumed outside promoters on any of those videos?
No, we were not there to contact anybody. We were there in a surveillance capacity only.
Okay. Thank you. Did any officers have any statements or affidavits from the accused or assumed customers of Maria Sangria involving in the tavern reports in front of us today?
Not from my unit, no. But again, we were there as surveillance only.
Okay. Was the music heard outside from the main level?
Yes.
Okay. And that showing was, the main level was live band on the main floor?
That's actually, there was music from a DJ for the salsa lessons, and then there was also another night we went back and there was a live band.
Nights.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I think just covering the video, I think that's all the questions I have for the officer for this. I'm sorry, this one.
My name's Archie Godfrey, Nebraska Black Chamber of Commerce, 2505 North 24th Street. Sir, when you did your investigation to find out if they were operating as a restaurant or a lounge, you stated that you was served alcohol when you were asked for alcohol.
Yes, we purchased drinks on both levels.
The other question is, did any of your officers ask for food?
On the lower level we did, upstairs we did not.
The kitchen was open?
On the lower level.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you were on the upper level, did you ask for food?
No.
Do you know that food is or can be served upstairs?
I don't know that. We never saw any evidence that there was food being consumed on the upper level.
Sorry, one more question. Nicholas Scalise, 3808 North 50th Street. Was there any that you noticed, or the officers that came in for the videos, did they notice any angry, unruly, or nuisance crowd inside or outside of the building?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all we have.
Next proponent. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Sergeant Chris Perkins, Omaha Police Department, 505 South 15th. Excuse me. I'm currently the sergeant for the Vice Unit for Omaha Police Department. In May, received information that Maria Sangria, a party by the name of Beyond Angelo Flint, was advertising on Facebook a Thursday night college night. I have personal experience with him running these same events at other bars around town. On Thursday, May 22nd, myself and 2 other officers in the unit went into Maria Sangria in an undercover fashion. Again, just as Sergeant Christian said, more as an observatory type of role. That night, I observed Mr. Flint in the restaurant, the bar area, as well as security personnel that he has used at other places. I recognize them from other bars. Everything that you saw was the exact same way then in May of this year. It was separated with the dance floor upstairs. Downstairs was the restaurant. There was a $10 cover to get upstairs. There was a DJ playing music with dancing. That night, I maybe saw 2 people eating in the restaurant area. We did not order any food that night. We did a follow-up investigation in June. It would be June 27th and 28th. There was concerns with the Crawford fight in town. There was more advertising going on about post-fight party at Maria Sangria, so we did another operation those nights. I did not see Mr. Flint there those nights. However, it was being operated exactly the same way. Dance floor upstairs, never saw food, $10 cover to get upstairs. And again, both those nights, between the 2 nights, those 2 nights, we spent about 8 hours in the bar, and I could count on one hand how many people I saw eating food, and one of them actually was a doorman. So I did not see much food going on. The kitchen was open, but nobody's eating food. They did the salsa night thing again on Friday. So everything has been operated the same as it was that you saw in September and October. Any questions?
Free. The question I asked you, did you see any disturbance or any rowdiness in the facility while you were there and your other officers were inside?
Not inside, no.
Okay, and question, were you in plain clothes or in uniform?
Plain clothes.
Plain clothes,
Yes.
Thank you.
Nicholas Scalise, 3808 North 50th Street. I guess what time would you estimate you came into Maria Sangria?
In May, we were in there from about 10 to midnight, and in June, both those nights was about 10 to 2.
Okay. Just generally speaking, what time do you usually eat dinner?
It varies with different schedules, 8, 9.
8, 9 o'clock. So just generally speaking, usually the average person doesn't eat past 10, 11, 12 o'clock midnight. Is that just a fair answer to say?
Yes.
Okay. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, next proponent.
I'm Officer Douglas Eric with the Omaha Police Department, 505 South 15th. I'm here today to speak on the disturbances that happen after the bar closes. We regularly on a Friday, Saturday night, typically we have anywhere between 4 and 8 officers that are assigned overtime. We come in, we monitor everything that happens in the old market. 90% of our attention is focused at 11th and Farnham. Particularly one that brings some attention to me was on Sunday, June 1st. There was a fight disturbance outside of the bar, just outside the entrance of Maria Sangria's. There was some type of private security there. When the first fight broke out, one of the security officers had deployed a taser. Whether it hit anybody, I do not know. We did see the taser sparking in the air as he held it over his head. The crowd kind of dispersed. Another fight broke out across the street. When we responded to that, we got everybody to clear the area. As we were trying to clear the crowd, more fights were starting to break out. We were eventually able to disperse the crowd. It seems to be a regular thing on weekend nights, unless there's some big event going on somewhere else. I guess there's several bars downtown. Everybody knows that. It attracts a lot of attention on weekends. Particularly around the corner from Maria Sangria's, there are 2 bars, one right across the street from the other, the Hive and Parliament. Their crowd is generally 2 to 4 times the size of the crowd that comes out of Maria's, and we do not have any issues. This has been going on all summer. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the overtime, but it gets to be a pain. I mean, we're constantly monitoring what's going on down there. We've shut streets down. to try to monitor and control where people can and can't go. Unfortunately, that was working to some extent, but complaints from other businesses of parking and stuff like that, it's been a conflict, so we continued to open the streets. 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, there was another fight down there. There was a crowd dispersing after the bar closed. The fight was just to the south of Maria's. It was a crowd that came from Maria's. I don't believe that this is something that needs to continue.
Questions, go ahead.
Nicholas Cleese, 3808 North 50th Street. Do you shut down the streets regardless of Maria Sangria busy or not on the weekends?
At that point, that was one of the biggest reasons we shut down, but we do not shut the streets down anymore.
Okay. Have you noticed, for the record, that there was the streets blockade was actually picked up a few days ago? We have another thing, question. In the report we have in front of us, it says that it happened south of Maria Sangria, which would that be in front of T. Henry's?
No. The fight was closer to Maria's than it was to T. Henry's. Yes, it was to the south of the main entrance.
Is that an exit that Maria Sangria uses as an exit?
I see people coming out of it. Okay. Mainly, most of the crowd comes out of the north entrance from upstairs.
Are you aware that there was a stabbing in front of Parliament last summer?
Last summer, no.
Okay.
I wasn't working that area last summer.
Okay. Were you aware that there was also a gentleman hit in the head at T. Henry's with a bottle this summer? Gentleman
not on one of my days.
Okay. On your days. Okay. Fair enough. Were you aware that there was a gentleman also stabbed at Delaware last summer?
No, I wasn't working the area.
I understand.
Again, my name is Archie Godfrey. Just to get a little understanding of that area, how close and in proximity to Maria Sangria is the Eugene Leahy Mall?
It's a couple 100 feet.
In other words, it's right across the street from the north end of their building.
Yes.
And how would you describe the lighting as to whether or not you can see the water in the canal around 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night?
The lighting in the park is actually fairly dark.
Thank you. And secondly, is there a problem, and has there been a problem, of young people congregating in that park during the evening hours?
To my knowledge, there has not been that much of a problem. Most of the problem we have with people congregating are they come out of the bar and they go across the street and congregate. There's limited parking down there, so everybody that comes out, you either have to park on Farnham Street or you have to park in the parking lot across 11th Street.
I'm glad you said that. On the north side of Farnham Street, what is the time, the length of time, or the time in which it is non-permitted to park there?
On which street?
On Farnham Street, on the far north side.
That I couldn't tell you what time the permitted parking is there.
If you were going to describe traffic flow of, say, 5, 15, 25, 30 kids that might be in the Eugene Leahy Mall area, what street would they normally go up? 11th, 10th, or 13th Street to go toward the Old Market area going south?
Kind of a mixture between 10th and 11th. But Gene Leahy closes at 11.
I understand. Okay. The other thing is this, right across from Maria Sangria, is there not a parking lot there?
Yes, there is.
And you would describe how many parking stalls would there be?
There's probably close to 100.
100 parking stalls. Now, the facility that owns that parking lot, are they open at that time?
I don't know who owns the lot personally.
Okay. But when you looked around in that area or basically staked that area out, is that parking lot mostly empty and void of cars?
Depending on the day and depending on the events that are going on.
But in
Sometimes
most
it's full.
situations?
Most situations, Friday and Saturday nights, it's usually half to three-quarters of the way full, if not completely full.
Would that not be a place that people would, that are walking around and just want to stop and talk to friends and so forth, stop and hang around? Is there any other place that's more accommodating than that parking lot?
No.
Okay. And one other thing. Is it a code violation for people to be gathered in the Old Market area?
Specifically to my knowledge, I can't answer yes or no. I know if we tell somebody to disperse, tell the crowd to break up, then there's violations for that.
And then one other question, I'll let you go. If you were to describe the clientele that patronizes Maria Sangria on the weekend, how would you describe that demographic?
Mostly African American.
Just one more question, actually two more questions. Nicholas Scalise, 3808 North 5th Street. Since you're experienced in that area, what are the steps officers take to clear out the Gene Leahy Mall at 11 o'clock?
Actually, Gene Leahy Mall is actually patrolled by Signal 88. They do most of the clearing out of there and the patrolling until about, I'm not for sure what time they actually quit patrolling. I'm pretty sure they actually patrol it all night.
Do officers assist in there with maybe a patrol car with their lights on in the area, maybe even gang units in the park staying there? Is that something that happens?
We have had, based on our overtime and the problems we've been having, we had some of the gang unit officers and some police officers that would stand right there at 11th and Farnham on the Gene Leahy side of the street.
The last incident, actually the last three major incidences that involved shootings that we are aware of. One was when it was Denim and Diamonds. Do you recall how old that individual was?
I don't.
Okay. How about the incident that happened on the overpass bridge at 2 months ago? There's another investigation there.
I don't know that.
Okay. Fair enough. That's all the questions we have. Thank you.
I would also like to state that the last incident on June 1st, where there was fight disturbance, officers actually observed people come out of the bar. They followed them. We had officers basically posted on corners to control where the crowd does and does not go, to try to get them to break up and disperse. After the fights broke out, two officers, co-officers that I work with, attempted to get the liquor license from the bar. When they went to the bar to gain that information, the door was locked. They knocked on the door. I believe it's Maria's son, came to the door, denied them access to the building and the information. They stated that they required that information, and Maria ended up coming and giving officers that information. Officers were not let inside the building. All the information was brought outside to them.
If I can have one question, since that being said, was there any arrests on June 1st, the night that the officers noticed fights?
Yes, I believe there was 3 arrests made for disorderly conduct.
Okay, because the report we have in front of us says specifically no arrests made. Maybe is there a different report?
No arrest for the bar owner for the tavern report.
But there's a tavern report in front of us says no arrests made. So I mean, if you're saying there was a tavern report, we're kind of confused. I guess, can you clarify that?
Yes, there was no arrest made as far as the bar was concerned, as far as no employees nor the owner were cited. We arrested 3 parties that night for disorderly conduct.
Is there any statement saying that these people, or affidavits, that these people came directly from Maria Sangria?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And is the acting officer that came to the door, is he present here today?
No.
Okay. Do you know if Robert Scalise, who answered the door, if he asked the officers any questions at all?
No.
Are you aware if the officer grabbed Robert Scalise by the arm and said that you were trying to pull him out, basically? Is that something that maybe you've been aware of at all?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, I understand. And I guess just to clarify, because I'm trying to understand as many reports as I understand, and there's someone in front of us that actually said there's been arrests. But this report in front of us does not state anyone was actually arrested. Is that a document that we can see later on, or is that something?
That I don't know.
Okay. And then my last final question. What were the ages of these people that were arrested?
Let me clarify something. The June 1st, I'm sorry, I don't believe there were any arrests made. The 3 arrests that were made that I'm thinking of were like 2 weeks ago when the fights broke out.
Was there a certain date?
I don't recall the date. I'd have to go back and
But
look
just to
at
clarify, there
reports.
wasn't any arrest on June 1st?
Right.
Okay. But 2 weeks ago, you may think that there's been...
Yes, there was another tavern report completed for that incident. But I don't believe that copy was available quite yet.
This is Archie Godfrey, and I have one more question. In your description of this police report, it was a report on Maria Sangria and not the incident that you all covered?
There's been several incidents down
But I'm
there.
just talking about this particular situation was an incident provoked by 2 individuals fighting, not in that position, not in that facility, but on the streets in a proximity to it. But you also deemed necessary to write a no-arrest report on Maria Sangria's establishment?
We're required to do a tavern report because it's on, technically, even though the sidewalk is city property, per the liquor license and the liquor commission, the property there of the bar, including parking lot, is all part of the liquor establishment.
And are you aware that Michael's shares that block also?
Yes.
Did they get written up?
No, because the parties that were fighting were observed coming from the bar, from Maria's.
So, okay, but you do not have any, okay. So, in any situation, is it standard procedure when there's an incident outside an establishment to write a report on that establishment?
On most cases, we do.
On every case in the old market area, when there's been a disturbance, have you written a report on the establishment that was in front of?
To my knowledge, every time I've been on one, we have.
And so you wrote up an extensive report on them, in addition to the incident and the individuals that were part of the incident. Those are two separate things?
If I am the primary officer and it's my duty, then yes, I do a tavern report.
And that is policy and procedures?
Depending on the situation.
Okay. One other question. You stated that there was a complaint or an issue that started these whole chains of events. You looking at Maria Sangria, having people posted around it, sending in investigators. How significant and what was the actual event that started that?
That is not my... I can't answer that.
But you are the one responsible for ordering the number of manpower at that location?
No, that's above my pay grade.
Thank you very much. What pay period is it?
My pay grade?
No, not yours.
Pay period?
No, don't make it no. Okay. But above that, who would be the one that would give that order for those, that manpower to be around that building from 12 o'clock to, from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock?
That would be from either a sergeant, lieutenant, captain, or deputy chief.
Is anyone here that's one of those individuals?
Yes.
Could you point him out to us?
My captain.
Okay, thank you. I'm pretty sure we'll be hearing from her.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, last one, Nicholas Scalise, 3808 North 50th Street. Are you aware that the officers came to the, I'm sorry, what time was the officers that came to the door to get the tavern report, the liquor license? Do you know?
To be honest, it was after 2 o'clock. That's all I know.
Okay. I believe it says 2:10, but just to clarify, are you aware that the officer threatened to arrest Maria as well?
Actually, if failure to provide that information is an arrestable offense.
Okay, and you're saying that Maria denied access to the...
Rob denied access. Maria came and provided the information. To my knowledge, the officers were never let in the building. The information was brought outside to them.
Do you know, did Rob actually say you cannot come inside, or I mean, how was that notion taken?
To my knowledge, the officers were told you can't come in.
He was verbally told that. Okay. That's all the questions we have.
Thank you. Other proponents? Yeah. I think we have one more police testifier here, then we'll take some additional ones. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kathy Gonzalez, Omaha Police Department, 505 South 15th Street. As you know, the area surrounding Maria Sangria has routinely utilized our police resources. It's been a couple years now since Maria actually has taken over the location, but it has also been a prominent area before then as well. We have met with area business owners as well as the residents that are in the area regarding the complaints. They've been complaining about crowds, disturbances, and also the potential violence that's up there. When it was mentioned about the barricade plan, we had instilled a barricade plan to ensure that the cruising of the area discontinued and also to prevent any violence from drive-bys or any other type of situations that occurred. Last week, you all received a packet of information detailing some of the tavern reports as well as some of the instances. As you can see, and I know it was mentioned about the hours that the vice unit was in there, a lot of those instances are occurring after midnight, 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the morning. With the warm weather, we have had overtime assignments Friday and Saturday evenings, and also if there were incidents we got information about promotions, etc. But ultimately, the Uniform Patrol has been involved, the gang unit. We've requested assistance from the State Patrol, as well as other entities that can help us. The officers are assigned to specific locations, as well as to walk through the old market to deter crime and to violence. The officers are hearing complaints, not only from the business owners, but also the residents themselves, stating that they're fearful to leave some of those businesses that they're employed at, and also the residents have heard commotion. I know there was a question about the monetary amount that the police department has spent. When looking at it, I had the A-shift lieutenant get some of that information. We have officers that are specifically assigned to the pedestrian bridge. As was discussed, there was some violence down there, so I've tried to take those numbers out. We've spent this summer alone about $30,000. Now, that is not solely directed at that location. I mean, they do answer radio calls in fact, the Old Market area, but we do have officers that are specifically assigned to that. As you know, the Old Market has many flourishing businesses. When looking at the capacity, the max has a capacity of, I believe, 694 persons. The officers are not called there on a weekly basis to break up any fights, disturbances, or any other things that are going on. Whiskey Tango has a capacity of about 600 people. Same type of environment. They have a lot of live bands as well as other DJs, etc., music type situations in there. And the officers are not called there to break up disturbances and fights, etc. The security, as you also heard, has been deploying mace as well as tasers, etc., to break up some of those fight disturbances. So we have some serious concerns of what's going on down there. But I'm a little bit confused about the intricacies of Mr. Scalise's knowledge also of the business, considering that on the liquor license that he's not supposed to have any bearings with that business itself. So do you have any questions for me?
We will later.
I think
Okay.
we'll
Thank you.
further testimony here.
Are the police horsemen allowed on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Has there been any calls from Maria Sangria for help?
I believe that they have called in the past, yes.
There's been phone, do you have those dates?
I don't. I would have to be able to look those
Okay.
up.
Has any paramedics been called to?
That would be something we'd have to look up directly.
Okay.
And I believe there have, because there was use of a taser, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
So you're stating that someone used a taser?
One of the security guards did. I cannot recall specifically if there was a medic that was called or not, but when the police department deploys a taser themselves, normally one is. So I'm not sure if there was one or not.
So you're saying that, I'm not trying to understand that, you're saying that there was somebody that made a statement that their taser was actually...
If you're asking something specific, I'd be more than happy to answer that.
Are you saying Maria Sangria's security staff used a taser?
That's what I was told, yes.
That's what you were told. Is there any actual video reports or subpoena affidavit statements for anybody in Omaha that received a taser shocking from security staff?
No, but I believe you just heard testimony from one of the officers that said he witnessed it.
Witnessed taser sound?
I believe that one of the officers actually saw it as well, if I'm not mistaken, from the tavern report.
In the report, it states that he observed the security guard with the taser sound being deployed. You could hear above his head, and that's Officer Van Sickle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's actually his wording, correct?
That is his wording,
okay.
correct.
All right. If no arrests were made, no violation of the city ordinance, no statues broken, can officers write a tavern report, and on what grounds?
Yes, it depends if there's an issue with the location. Tavern reports are written on a regular basis, and those are submitted to the vice unit, and then they're sent, if they meet the qualifications, to the state patrol, who then in turn turns them into the State Liquor Commission. So just because a tavern report is written does not necessarily mean that it ultimately gets to the State Liquor Commission, but there are certain criteria that must be met for those to be done. Yes, you are correct.
Hang on one second.
I guess in listening to the testimony and all of those so-called situations, I'm seeing very little incidents where there was arrest. Are you aware of any repeated incidents, especially the 9 that you listed as evidence, where there was an arrest?
There are several arrests, but you also have to recognize, sir, that when the police department responds to patrons where there's 75 or 100 people, that ultimately we have to be cognizant of our manpower as well. And so if we take those officers off the street in order to make those arrests, ultimately they cannot respond to other situations that are occurring as well. So it's also one of those things that the officers have to be cognizant of what's going on in the situation.
That's a good point. So in question, and we'll bring this up, but are you aware that in them setting up the perimeters, that you had at least 4 cruisers, at least 1 mounted policeman, no telling how many plainclothesmen, just covering that one establishment that takes up 2/3 of a block?
In anticipation of violence, sir, and there's also been other situations where we've had officers assigned to different locations as well. And that's not just in the downtown area, it's in other bars as well. If we have incidents that we believe is going to be a potential for violence, then we staff it accordingly.
So in this situation, you have that type of activity. What I'm saying is that amount of manpower at Maria Sangaria's for more than 7 straight weekends. Are you aware of that?
Sir, we've been running overtime since, I believe, May. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Nicholas Scalise, 3808 North 50th Street. Do any of the officers' statements or affidavits of any of the accused and customers of Maria Sangria's and the 3 arrests of tavern reports we have actually in front of us, are there any affidavits or statements saying that those people arrested came from Maria Sangria?
Yes, I mean, I have an incident here that occurred, and I don't know if you even have access to this one yet. Sunday, the 3rd of August, at 1:50, there was a cutting at the location that occurred, and Antonio Dorch was actually cut. He was in a fight outside the establishment, ultimately was maced by security and did not know he was cut. He arrived at the hospital for treatment. So, I mean, there are situations.
And he's made a statement saying he's came
That's
from...
what he told the officers, yes.
But he's made a statement saying that? I mean, is it just...
That's what he told the officers and what was reported in the crime report.
Okay. Did any of the officers contact the accused and assumed outside promoters? Has there been any investigation, I guess, and clarifying whether these people were outside promoters or not?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding why we would contact a promoter.
Okay. Well, I mean, are you aware of the liquor amendments on Maria Scalise's liquor license?
Yes.
Could you possibly state some of those?
She's not to have outside promoters, that's correct, and you are not to be inside and have any bearing with the business.
Okay. Are we currently, I mean, obviously this is a dumb question, but are we currently inside Maria Sangria right now?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously it's a silly question. So therefore, I'm not acting out of the liquor license by defending my mother's American drink. Would that be a fair statement?
I'm not sure, I'm not an attorney.
Okay. Is there any video that clearly shows angry, ruly, nuisance crowds that came directly from Maria Sangria?
Yeah, I believe that we have some. Mr. Mumgard has some video.
Okay. That's all we had. Oh, I'm sorry, one last question. In the reports, I've noticed a kind of recurring theme. What does BM or BF stand for? That's written by the numerous tavern reports.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. BM.
Yes, we can go to the very first one here. Let's see here. On the very first report, that says numerous actually.
It's a black male, black female. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So that BM stands for black male and BF stands for black female.
Right, and if it's white, it would be WM or WF, white male, white female.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, that's all the questions we have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Brandon Henry, 1102 Harney Street. I'm the general manager of Michael's at the Market Mexican restaurant located on 1102 Harney. We have been in business since 1987, 27 years in the old market. And we have never, in the entire history that we've been there, seen the type of behavior that's going on outside of that establishment in our history. We are, in fact, a full-service restaurant. What we do is we serve food to our customers. We serve alcohol to our customers in the form of beer or hard liquor or margaritas or whatnot. But we do it in such a manner, we don't have laser lights, we don't have DJs, we don't have bands, we don't have light shows, we don't have promoters. We are a restaurant, and that's exactly what we are, and that's exactly what we operate as. What Maria Sangria's operates as is about as far away from a restaurant as you can possibly get. It's not a restaurant, it's a nightclub, it's a bar. They're not there to serve food. They're not there to do anything else but have DJs, promoters, and run their bar the way they're running it. This has been a challenge for us because we have noticed a dip in our business. We have noticed that people don't like to come to our side of the old market as much as they used to anymore. They don't feel as safe as they used to. My employees have called me at night on Friday nights. They're afraid to leave the restaurant after we've closed at midnight because of the crowd that's out there. I have employees that are afraid to leave, even with me walking them out at midnight on Saturday nights because of the crowd that's out there. I'm afraid. I've spoke to numerous police officers out there during the summer, many summers, as a matter of fact. It happens as soon as the weather turns. These events start to happen. They even happen during the wintertime, too. It's just, as somebody who's been doing this business my entire life, and for us to be constantly bothered and badgered and bugged by this particular neighbor, we're all in favor of an establishment being there. The more people that are on our side of the old market, the better, because that draws people to my business. But this isn't the way this isn't drawing anybody. It's repulsing people from my business. It's taking business away out of my pocket. We just simply cannot have it anymore. The police constantly tell us that they're doing the best they can, but They just can't get it done. And we have exhausted every possibility. In the 27 years that we've been in business, one of these gentlemen mentioned my restaurant in regards to a tavern report. We've never received a tavern report, Michael's at the Market. I don't think we've so much as gotten any issue with the Omaha Police Force in 27 years of business. My brother runs T. Henry's Pub down below. I can't speak to how he operates his business, but I can tell you that in the 20-some years that that establishment has been in business, they haven't had near the amount of tavern reports in 20 years that this place has had in one. So they're going to sit here and tell me that we're doing something wrong? Or they're going to sit here and accuse me and say that we're part of the problem outside of the old market? I don't think so. This establishment has got to go. If they want to run it truly as a restaurant, fine. I'm all on board with that. But they won't. You have to ask all of yourselves a question. How many times have they been in front of this council and told you one thing and then done another? How many times have you told them to do something and they've lied, done the exact opposite of what you've done or what you've told them to do? Do you think it's going to be any different this time? It's like the old story of a scorpion and a frog. The frog and the scorpion are at a riverbank, and the scorpion makes a deal with the frog to carry the frog across the creek. But the frog says, as long as you don't sting me, I'll take you across. The scorpion says, I promise, I'm not going to sting you. Second, the scorpion gets on the frog's back in the middle of the creek, he stings him. Frog's dying. Why'd you do that? You basically killed us both. What'd you expect? I'm a scorpion. You guys all have to ask yourself that question. Is this going to, if you do not do anything about this business today, are they going to continue? Are they to be believed today? Or are they just a scorpion? Thank you.
Thank you.
Question?
Yeah, certainly.
I hear you, and not with any idea of attacking you. The question that was said, where your organization, your store, your restaurant was put into it, was that your restaurant shares the same block that Maria Sangria does. And the question was asked, had you ever been cited? The answer was no. I understand that.
But the simple fact that you even bring our business up and even suggest, we close at midnight on Friday nights and Saturday nights. Sir, we close at 10 p.m. on the weeknights. Like I said, we don't operate as a club. We operate as a restaurant.
I understand it.
Our main function is food.
Yes.
2/3 of our revenue comes from food, not alcohol.
All right, back on that. The city codes gives a classification of a restaurant compared to a bar. And isn't it made up on what percentage of sales is based upon food?
And we fit the restaurant category, sir.
Thank you. Now, one other thing. As a neighbor to Maria Sangria, and in comparison, what is the demographic of your patronage?
My patronage is all creeds, all colors.
No, what is it in percentages?
I couldn't give you percentage numbers, sir, but I can tell you that when I look out over the floor of my restaurant on a Friday or Saturday night, I see all walks of life in my restaurant, all socioeconomic and all races.
I understand it, but I just want a number. I visited your
I can't give you a number, sir.
Well, would you guess and say 10% African American?
I'm not going to guess because I can't guess with any. I cannot guess with it more or less. I would actually say more.
More than 10%.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. Okay, thank you very much.
38, Nicholas Scalise, 3808 North 50th Street. Has Maria Scalise ever reached out and to talk to you and address your concerns?
On occasion, yes.
And what was your response to Maria Scalise?
Exactly when are we talking about? Are we talking about last Friday evening when she stopped me in the middle of Hardy Street as I was crossing while she was in her vehicle?
Or maybe the first time?
When I was extremely busy and I did not have time to chat with anybody because I had things to do that day?
Respectfully so, I understand. Did she reach out to you when she was first received a liquor license to speak to you?
No.
She did not reach out to you in any category or form?
Not to me.
Whatsoever. Not to you. Did she come to Michael's at all and ask for management to speak to?
She has on occasion.
But
And when she has come over on occasion and asked to speak to me, I've come over to Maria Sangria's and had conversations with her.
Okay, and could you tell me some of those, basically, has T. Henry's, I'm sorry, where is...
I believe I've established that I don't run T. Henry's, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of T. Henry's. That's my brother's business.
Can you tell me where T. Henry's is?
T. Henry's is located directly below the restaurant. The address of T. Henry's is 314 South 11th Street.
Okay, I understand. You made a statement saying that they've had more tavern reports in the
No, I made a statement that you've had more tavern reports in the year than they have in 20 years.
In us trying to establish our position for Maria to have her establishment open, because this is...
Again, I'm not against Maria operating a business as long as she's going to operate a business as it's said. If she's going to operate a restaurant, it needs to be a restaurant, which means at least 2/3 of her income needs to come from food sales, not liquor. Now, operating a club on the second floor where you're charging a $10 cover charge to get up there, that's not a restaurant if you ask me.
Mr.
If you
President?
ask me, that's a restaurant with a club inside of it.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a request, Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead.
That the
Why are they asking me all these questions?
I have one last...
Hold up. I've got the floor. I'd like to ask that the decorum that we ask for in this building be from both sides. And it's unfair for one side to have to be gentle and professional and the other side is not. So please, sir, do not interrupt him. At least I
apologize.
Yes, let him finish the question.
You got it.
And then when you do answer, can you keep your voice down? Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I think we have one last question for this testifier.
And it also sounds like he's not sure why he's even getting the questions, so could we review why?
Mr. Mumgarde, if you would.
Tom Mumgarde, Deputy City Attorney. These proceedings are a little bit different than what you usually do when you're legislating. This is what's called a quasi-judicial hearing. Due process requires, since it's a deprivation of property is the outcome of a cancellation, due process requires at least a minimal opportunity for them to challenge what's being said. So the ordinance specifically provides that they get this opportunity to cross-examine or ask questions. And that's just to preserve their due process rights so that they don't lose their property without that due process.
And by procedure, does he have to answer, or can he just say, I'm not answering?
He does not. There's no way we can compel him to answer no. The council president and the council has the authority to impose decorum rules and require the questions to be relevant and require people to behave themselves, just as you've done.
So if he decides not to answer the question, it could hurt his case?
Oh, that depends on how you take it. If he doesn't want to answer the questions, he doesn't have to. There's no way to compel him.
Okay.
And I apologize. I was not aware of those. I assumed that when the police officer's testimony, that's why they were being questioned. I did not know that as a business operator, I was going to be questioned. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions they have. I just wasn't sure as to whether or not the questions were only for the police officers or for me.
Thanks, and this is the first time we've done this ordinance, so we appreciate this is a learning process for everybody in terms of how this works. And
Baby
so
steps.
We appreciate
Baby
your
steps.
Patience, and I think we have one or two more questions
Go ahead,
before
sir.
the next testifier.
And I accept your apology, and I understand your feelings. Are you a member of any of the old market business associations or neighborhood associations?
No, sir, I'm not.
Have you ever been invited to be part of that?
Absolutely, and I've also attended some meetings just as observation.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you. Next, is there any other proponents today on number 32 and 33?
Yep.
Same rules apply going forward, right? Ernie?
Okay, you all know me, you all seen me before. I'm going to try to make this a short. Arnold Breslow, 1240 South 10th. I've got a few points. I'm going to run across them real quick because this is way too long. The main thing I want you to know is I'm president of the Old Market South Neighborhood Association. That neighborhood association's boundaries are Dorcas to Farnham, 16th to the river. The group of us, as an association, have had issues, as you all have heard before, so I don't have to tell them again, with liquor establishments throughout the entire area. Some of them we've been able to get under control, some of them are no longer there. As far as I'm concerned, we put in place, and I was participating in the development of it, as you all know, a good neighbor policy. That good neighbor policy, I was here a year ago and spoke that Maria Sangria's should definitely be considered for that form of discipline. I'm back here a year later, and I have no way to say that I can change my mind. You know, there's just too much invested by all of us in that neighborhood, as well as my neighborhood, as well as NODA. And what has continued to go on there is threatening the existence of that entire city development and its investment. And there's just no way that we can afford to gamble with that environment. You can go through city after city who has developed something similar, like Kansas City. I can go on and name a few others, but we don't need to, where incidents got out of control and they basically closed down the whole development because people wouldn't go down there. As you all know, east of 90th Street, east of 72nd, I'll take that back, east of 72nd Street, a lot of people from west of 72nd Street are scared to death to come down there. There's really no reason. Their neighborhood's not any more dangerous than ours in most cases. But that by itself can hurt. That area of the city survives at least 6 months out of the year on those people coming down as much as the people east of 72nd Street. So it's important that we have a feeling of safety, and not just for them. We got people living down there now, and those people are frightened. I've talked to people, and I'm sure he's going to ask me who, and I'm not willing to share that because I wasn't given the authority to. But those people are scared to go out of their places after 9, 10 o'clock at night. This is Omaha. This is not Chicago. This is not New York. It's not acceptable. And whatever it takes to correct that, I think we need to do, and that is what the Good Neighbor Ordinance was put in place for. Beyond that, there's the concerns about the people who come to this town from out of town. I'll take a quick trip down memory lane because I usually do that. There was a time in the city of Omaha in the 70s that I'd say nightclub owners decided that exotic dancers were a good thing for our business in downtown. And the ordinances allowed them to do that. And we began to have a variety of exotic dance places that were nightclubs. And until an out-of-town person got killed, no one wanted to talk about it or do anything about it. Once that happened, it went away. Well, we're getting closer and closer to that with all the tourists that come into this town. If they knew what was going on next to the convention center, we'd have a hell of a problem. And I think it's something that we have to look at as responsible leaders of our neighborhoods and our city and deal with. Let's see what else I've got here real quick and I'll end. Well, I've already said it. You got to remember that, you know, the investment that we've made in downtown trying to bring it back is very, very large. And the risk of losing it is very, very real. So I really think that we need to stand up and do what we have to do and use the ordinances that we have put in place so that we get resolved the problems to where you can walk at midnight through any part of the old market, the near south, the near north, and feel that you don't have to carry a gun. And it isn't there right now. Questions?
Thank you. Question?
I'm going to be very brief because this is going a long time. I appreciate your feelings and your involvement in being over a neighborhood organization, but I got a question to ask you. When you go out and look for people that come into the neighborhood, businesses that come into the neighborhood, do you get them to join your organization?
The only real contact that we have with businesses in the old market is mainly we will go and see them related to advertising, which we also call a membership. Other than that, our main emphasis is on neighbors, people that live 24 hours a day in the neighborhood.
So, not to mention any names, you're saying your organization is a basically non-structured, but they speak for the business groups within that area?
No.
Okay.
We don't speak for the business, we speak for the neighbors within.
So, when you say they came to you with complaints, not saying any names, why would they go to you with complaints?
Which ones?
The people that you say complain.
Oh, the members, because they express at meetings that they are concerned, they are frightened, you know, and...
Now, are you the person that at the, I think, 2 meetings, city council meetings before this one, stated that you were concerned about the image of the old market? That I think your exact words were that that is not the image we want to convey in the old market. Do you remember saying that?
I can't tell you that I remember exactly saying.
Do you remember using the phrase, those people?
I'm sure I used the phrase, those people.
What do you mean by those people?
People who don't respect the law and the systems and the way we're supposed to live and function in this country.
Okay. Now, would you hope that, is there any way you could visually see those people where you could describe what you're talking about?
No.
Okay.
I'm not going there.
I understand that. I understand that. One last question. What would you envision a agreeable relationship between Maria and her business, who she's made a major investment in, that would be agreeable to you to be able to maintain her liquor license?
Well, let me just say this. I'm not going to answer that directly. I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. I owned a large glass company in this town. I've done lots of business with lots of people. I believe 100% in people wanting to be entrepreneurs. But all of us have responsibilities, and I'm not going to say I'm not too much better than anybody else. I've pushed the limits on certain things. But I got to tell you, the moment that I get to where I got to call an attorney, I know that I've pushed something and I need to reanalyze and relook at who I am and what I want to be. And if there's a way that that happens, that's fine. But it's not something that I can tell her or her sons to do. All I can tell them is what I've experienced. And I've offered that, and that offer is still on the table. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, unless you got another question, we're done.
I have one more question.
Okay.
By any chance, in your dealing with Maria Sangria, has the fact that the majority of the clientele on the weekends are black affected your decision?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, in that case, have you had that type of attitude with any establishment in the old market area that hadn't been black, that had disturbances?
Yes.
Who?
Well, Kurt and Clyde's.
Who?
Well, it's now called 13th Street Brick House.
And could you kind of deliberate on it a little bit?
They were going to put them out of business. And I dealt with them, and so far, it's gone good. But, well, you know, we'll see.
In other words, they got a reprieve.
They took advantage of their reprieve. They did what was told to them, and they're a good neighbor.
And when you were going through this, did you look at them as being a scorpion?
A what?
I don't think that was even his words, but we need to keep the public hearing moving here, please. We have opponents to hear from as well.
Just one simple question. Thank you. Okay. Just one simple question, Arnie. At any time, did you contact Maria with your concerns?
No.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Are there any other proponents on number 32 and 33?
Chris Foster, spokesman for local Lead Omaha Control its Alcohol Landscape Coalition. Just have a statement to read. I'll give you copies for the record and answer questions and sit down. On behalf of the local coalition, I would like to encourage you to use the authority granted to you through the Good Neighbor Ordinance to adopt the resolution before you to revoke the certificate of occupancy from Maria Sangria. It is a significant and necessary step that will improve public health and safety, reduce crime and violence, and provide cost savings to the taxpayers of this city. For years, our coalition of neighborhood associations, residents, have tried within the broken state liquor licensing system to address alcohol sales businesses that invited crime, violence, noise, litter, and a variety of other nuisance behavior brought into our neighborhoods. Through the broken state liquor licensing process, neighbors and the city alike found that we were powerless in the state system. We began to search for a solution that would provide additional control at the local level and allow the city of Omaha to gain some control over mounting alcohol-related problems and create an environment around alcohol establishments that better reflected community standards. In 2011, we began working with city leaders, neighborhood representatives, retailers, and others to create a solution that was well thought out, legally researched, and based on the available literature. In fall 2012, the City Council passed the alcohol ordinance, or as it's commonly referred to as the Good Neighbor Ordinance. Municipal code requires businesses that sell alcohol to be good neighbors by doing their part to operate in a fashion that doesn't negatively impact neighbors' health, peace, and safety, hinder a thriving business environment, or disrespect taxpayer resources. It provides the city the authority to address alcohol sales businesses that repeatedly and without regard refuse to adhere to the most basic operational standards. We learned our lesson from businesses like Cheaters, Silhouettes, and Keno King that the time, effort, and money that it takes to deal with businesses with bad operational practices can drain neighborhoods, surrounding businesses, the city, and taxpayers, and the city now has the means to address Maria Sangria now. Enough is enough. It's likely that you've heard last year that the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission voted to cancel Maria Sangria's liquor license. This decision was appealed to the district court, where the court ruled just last month to overturn the license cancellation because the state didn't provide enough evidence. Why, when the city has the authority to take action now, would you continue to rely on the state liquor licensing system to take care of our problems? The Good Neighbor Ordinance provides each business that sells alcohol within the city the opportunity to clean up their operations, and if they choose not to, it authorizes the city to take action against the business's certificate of occupancy. Maria Sangria's has been provided that opportunity, has shown a repeated disregard for the notice to abate from the city, and has continued to create a drain on our city police resources, leaving other parts of the city vulnerable and costing taxpayers of the city. Their operations have undoubtedly, and is clearly laid out before you and the city law department, created disturbances that threaten public health and safety and quality of life of people who wish to live in, work in, or visit our old market. Our city deserves and has the right to expect better. Council members, the problems being caused by this business are more than a liquor licensing issue. It is the issue of poor business practices and disregard for basic operational standards that bring harm to our neighborhoods and to our entire city. And in conclusion, in collaboration and partnership with city leaders, we have done our work to make Omaha better, to protect our families and our neighborhoods. You have the legal authority and the tool available for you to do the same, and we ask that you use it to pass this ordinance today.
Thank you. That's the last proponent on number 32 and 33.
Do they have questions? Yes.
Mr. Mumgard, could you explain what happens next? I believe we hear from opponents now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tom Mumgard, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, now the people who want the business to stay in business can testify, and there'll be no cross-examination, but they're subject to questions by the council.
Okay, so we'll hear from opponents, and then we'll have questions from the council. So now, opponents on number 32 and 33, please.
I'll try to be as brief as possible. I know this is running really long. Hello, my name is Nicholas Scalise, 3808 North 50th Street. I'm here today in regards of notice to failure to abate the nuisance and ordinance with Omaha Municipal Code, Section 18-90 through 18-92 against Puerto Santa Maria LLC, doing business as Maria Sangria. Maria is fully aware of the Omaha Municipal Code and understands them. With that being said, she would like to proceed not only with the evidence the City Council has provided, but with some of the evidence she was able to gather in such a short amount of time in which the City Council subpoenaed for, and she would like to introduce this evidence at this time.
While you're preparing too, can I just ask the question, how many folks intend to speak in opposition today? Just raise your hand. Okay, looks like we have 3. Okay, please.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it short and simple for you.
Thank you.
I just...
Give it to the clerk.
Okay, I'm sorry. The Omaha Police Department claims the customers of her business have continued to engage in disrupting assaults and other criminal conduct in and around the area of the business. Omaha Police Department claimed that Maria has violated her liquor license restrictions by using outside promoters and regularly using the premises to hold gathering events and public dances that, according to them, are prohibited. Maria states that her family business is a full-service sit-down restaurant and a lounge, as was stated in front of the City Council and now current mayor, since the first time she was in front of the City Council represented by Mike Kelly in January of 2013. Maria has been and still is in full compliance with the city public nuisance prevention standards and noticed the abate that the issues to Maria Sangria. At this time, we would like to go over the evidence provided to Maria by the City Council from the Police Department. March 2nd, 2013, the report took place when it was Denim and Diamonds. Maria was operating it with a limited temporary liquor license, but had to use the previous owner's staff, security, and honor his events he previously agreed to. Maria Scalise was granted her liquor license in March 18, 2013. Also, there is no proof or evidence stating that the lady arrested, Keisha Harrison, BF, came from Denim and Diamonds. March 3rd, 2013, again, as previously stated, Maria Scalise was operating as a temporary liquor license, but was told she had to use the owner's staff security for the event, and wasn't approved until 2 weeks later for a liquor license. Also, Bion Flint was present and made a statement, which is in your evidence we submitted, stating that he did not make any statement to any officers, and also no arrests were made, but officers reported disorderly conduct, and we were trying to figure out to whom. May 19th, 2013, Shelby Pickens, Maria's door security, denied Antoine Foster entry to the building because Shelby noticed he was intoxicated. Mr. Antoine Foster became irate and angry and attempted to force his way in. Shelby, as a security guard should do, again denied Mr. Foster entry and requested he left the property. Mr. Foster then swung on Shelby and attempted to grab him. Shelby restrained Mr. Foster and moved him away from the entry. Officers Buck and Porter happened to be driving by and assisted the security guard. Shelby told the officers that he refused entry to Mr. Foster and he tried to force his way in. Mr. Foster was told to leave the area and not return. No charges, no arrests were made, no violations, no city ordinance or statutes of citations. July 7, 2013, officer badge number 1532 made a tavern report stating he made contact with a male identifying himself as the son of Maria. The officer stated he checked the liquor license at a later time and wrote the tavern report, assuming he was talking to Nicholas Scalise, myself, when in fact he was speaking to Robert Scalise, who was present. No IDs, photos, video was taken, and I was currently working at Billy Frog's West that night. Also, no arrests were made, no violations, city ordinances or statutes or citations. May 13th, 2014, Maria Scalise wanted to attract Creighton and UNO students to her business on a Thursday night. Maria noticed Capitol on 10th and Capitol having college night for the past 2 years. Maria followed the municipal code by removing all alcohol beverages on the second floor and offered food and soda as normal to the 18-year-old students, and was only allowing 21 and up students on the main floor where alcohol was being served. Buster Brown contacted Maria stating that she was not allowed to host such event under the circumstance, and that Capitol was not advertising college nights, which is contradictory to the evidence I submitted to you. Maria did cancel the college night and closed the second floor that night. No arrests were made, no violations of city ordinance or violations of the state statute were cited. Please note that the printout and the words were not from Maria Sangria's page. May 22nd, 2014, after Maria spoke to her lawyer, she discovered that, in fact, she was following the municipal code of Omaha and the liquor license regulations by removing all alcohol beverages on the second floor and still offering food to the college students. The college night was advertised on Maria Sangria's page as a drug-free alcohol zone with food specials. As the officer stated, Bion Flint was in fact present Thursday as a bartender, not as an outside promoter. We also have statements from him in the evidence I submitted. Also, it was assumed by the officers that the security crew was of Flint, the bartender, and not of Maria Sangria. Again, no arrests were made, citations, no violations or state statutes were cited on this targeted bar check. June 1st, 2014, officers Van Sickle and Stickney happened to be in the patrol of 11th and Farnham, when according to them, they noticed security guards south of Maria Sangria, which would put them in front or in between of T. Henry's. The officer headed to that direction because they stated that it appeared to be a fight disturbance. After assumptions that appeared to be a fight, they stated that another fight broke out across the street. With that being said, no arrests were made, no violations, no city ordinances, and as the officer stated earlier, no arrests were made. This happened at 2:09 when Maria Sangria was already been closed at 1:45. Officers Pennington and Copeland went to the front door of Maria Sangria and demanded the liquor license with no evidence warranted to the tavern report being issued. The door was locked because the business was closed, and Robert Scalise came to the door unaware of any problems. Robert Scalise submitted a statement that his version of the story, and also statements of 5 other employees. He adamantly disagrees and denies any and that he denied any access into Maria Sangria to any officers. And again, no arrests were made, violations cited, or state statutes broken. that is being used against her today. June 28, 2014, at 2 o'clock at night, patrons of Maria Sangria decided to, a single patron, decided to conceal a bottle under his shirt, leaving the establishment. One of the security guards did notice the gentleman trying to leave the area with the bottle, and by the time he reached him, the officers had already intervened by taking the bottle and arresting him. This period is a lack of judgment by this individual, and at the end of the night, the owner, Maria Scalise, did address the security to make sure to keep a better eye on existing customers to ensure the problem will never happen again. Since that incident, the problem has been contained. July 2nd, 2014, Maria Scalise was not aware and did not agree to any after party of any awards ceremony. Maria Scalise is located downtown where the awards were held at a banquet hall. Peace Square Media acted on his own and put Maria Sangria name on his flyer he created. Maria does not know Peace Square Media, but through Facebook was able to contact him and get an email stating he had no involvement at Maria Sangria, and assumed by the Officer Durham that he was hired as a promoter. Again, no arrests were made, citations, violations of the state statute. July 3rd, as previously stated, Peace Square Media acted on his own, directing people to the attention of his award ceremony towards Maria Sangria afterwards, which conveniently had to be located nearby. Please note that none of these flyers have nothing to do with Maria Sangria. That was submitted to Maria Scalise. Funplex, Club Mega, Soho Lounge, or House of Loom that was submitted to Maria that have clearly posted on the evidence submitted by the police have nothing to do with Maria Sangria. July 7, 2014, at 12 o'clock at night, Maria was not aware of any incident outside the patio fence. Officer Quinlan clearly states the acknowledgement of alcohol consumption by minors that loitered in the city park through his report. At midnight, the city park does close, or 11 o'clock does close, and the teenagers are pushed across the street, which becomes a nuisance to the city, patrons of Old Market, the police, and guests of Maria Sangria. This problem has been a pre-existing problem stated by the officer. For the record, Maria Scalise and Maria Sangria does not own any styrofoam cups. They do not serve drinks in any styrofoam cups, nor will they ever serve drinks in styrofoam cups. Also, Maria Scalise has acknowledged that the incident, we would just kind of request the person's age of the person that was arrested on the outside of her fence on the sidewalk with the styrofoam cup. July 15, 2014, Saturday at 1 o'clock, Officers Swanson wrote up a tavern report stating that Maria Sangria's security guards were actually doing their job by escorting some disruptive females out of the restaurant. A short time later, the security guards removed two of the disruptive females and were a part of the same party. Maria's security did their job by getting everyone to leave with no disruptions, arrests, or citation. It is unclear who deployed the mace. Once again, Maria was unaware of any tavern report that was filled out until the subpoena information was sent to her. July 13, 2014, as normal, Maria Scalise and Maria Sangria ends her Saturday night early at 1:30, as the officer stated. Using assertive voice commands, Maria's security staff directed customers also, directed her customers and also other people in the area to head to the cars. Again, it's unclear who deployed the mace as stated in the report, but Maria Sangria closes early and had ample amount of time to move everybody out of the area. Again, no arrests were made, no citations were given, no state statutes were broken. Please note that Maria Scalise was not aware of this tavern report until the subpoena was honored. August 9, 2014, on Saturday at 1:39 outside Maria Sangria, there was an incident between two people who were arrested for assault. This is another tavern report in which Maria was not in knowledge of until today. She would like to see a statement from Stanley Taylor claiming that he left Maria Sangria prior to the assault. Those are just some of the reports that she was found or given. Out of those 14 reports, only 3 arrests were made. The rest of them are, there's 4 of them that say that it was 4 of them that were disorderly conduct, but was not cited or ticketed to the individual that was arrested. And I believe in some of the evidence I submitted to you, the definition of obstruction of justice is in there, and it clearly reads persons being arrested. So if we respectfully request, with the understanding of that the other 4 that were cited as a tavern report for disorderly conduct be dismissed because no persons was arrested. So it's not clear whether the tavern reports have enough sufficient facts that fall in the hands and solely responsible of Maria Sangria. Many of the incidents leave much reasonable doubt as to where and how these patrons originate from. Maria Sangria is seriously being targeted. Maria has stated that she has not used any outside promoters and is not violating her notice to abate. Maria has previously fought an outside promotional case. The city requested the liquor license be revoked due to an outside promoter and clearly failed to provide that. Once again, we are here because Maria's business has been currently targeted by the police department. The streets automatically get closed on 11th and Farnham and 11th and Harney on Friday and Saturdays, whether she's busy or not. With this process being done, it's caused people to feel free to walk among the streets due to no traffic. Many people loitering around the area are kids from the park, and mainly a nuisance to the city customers that they're being accused. There's also T. Henry's, Michael's, Rock Bottom, Dubliner, Beehive, Parliament, Roja, Old Chicago, all within a half a block of Maria Sangria. There is no way anyone can 100% state that crowd that formed outside of the blocks are from Maria Sangria. It is absolutely preposterous to make an assumption to a single establishment in this 1-block radius. With all due respect, City Council members, I ask that you consider allowing Maria Sangria to stay open and operate. As far as the location of Maria Sangria, the restaurant came with a steep price. Maria feels that she has dramatically changed the client base through her restaurant offerings and business plan. The number of rest and tavern reports support the facts and statements that I'm saying to you today. 39 previous tavern reports from the previous owner in the 2 years compared to Maria's 3 in the 2 years. And then we're talking about arrests, and that's the first letter I showed you. This is the previous owner's history. 39 arrests, tavern reports, compared to Maria Sangria's 3 arrests. In my district alone, where I live, District 2 alone, I personally know of 3 different bars that have been multiple shootings, stabbings, deaths that have occurred in and around that establishment. Contrary to what Mr. Tom Mumgar stated on Fox 42, Maria Sangria has had no shootings, stabbings, or ambulances in the area. Maria wants to request a city council investigation. Again, request a city council investigation in accordance to the city charter to report any complaints of any businesses in the area to confirm or deny the root of the city's accusations are not Maria Sangria's. Maria respectfully requests this again before the investigation is done, before you make a decision. Maria Scalise and all supporters strongly agree the penalty you are attempting to impose today far outweighs the 3 tavern reports that are presented today. Please keep in mind that the outside promoter is still undefined by Nebraska statute or commission rules and regulations. And also, just the attachment is just stating that the disorderly conduct, according to the disorderly conduct, it must involve the persons. 5 out of the 12, as I stated, were disorderly conduct, and no one was arrested or ticketed. In conclusion, I'll try to be brief as possible and speak as possible. Maria would like to state the City Council and Maria both actively want the same thing, a beautiful, safe, old market that's appreciated, cherished, and loved. Now, with our defense behind us, Maria wants to look forward into a positive solution, moving forward with her business. In the past few months, and exclusively in the past week, Maria Sangria has been in discussions with Tommy Nguyen for a future partnership. Tommy's experience, direction, and his active new management with the approval, of course, of the City Council Liquor Commission, we strongly believe that Maria Sangria will be directed back to its original business plan and niche of being the only Spanish and Cuban restaurant offering amazing food with Latin and Spanish entertainment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other opponents, please.
Okay. Yeah, I think you just turn the power on here.
Just overhead.
Yeah, it'll come up automatically.
Thanks. Do you want to switch the video? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. There was also a video that we had as well. I don't know if you just show it maybe after his, or do it now, or how would you? It's just three little short videos, a little longer than 3 minutes.
Go ahead. I'll help you get it up there.
Oh, okay. There you go. Sorry. The video just states, just shows the aggressive demeanor of the police officers on the sidewalk with horses nudging people. I think it's just it shouldn't be a DVD format. I think it's just a computer file format, and so you can just hit click and play. We actually have a lot of the video. I try to narrow it down as much as possible just to make it short and sweet, because I know today was going to be long, and so I just wanted to show this video. Or should we want to show it after? Or? Okay.
I suppose we can continue with testimony if you want to keep doing that while he's figuring out the AV there. Unless you're ready to roll.
Should be pretty quick here.
Okay.
The first one?
Yeah, all three of them if possible. They're only a couple of seconds long. Uh-oh.
You don't have the software on this computer for that?
Oh, okay. Well, fine.
Yeah, it's real
Okay.
quick. We don't have
I guess the video is not going to be able to play.
Yeah, is there anything, did you want to summarize what it
No, basically, it just showed police horsemen on the sidewalk, aggressively pushing customers, also non-customers off the sidewalk, extreme voices being yelled by the police department, directing people out of the area. That's basically what the video concluded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next opponent, please. Yeah, you can submit that disc if you want to the clerk as well. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, it's up.
I don't know if you can see this. What you have in your packet are just two things, and I'll just be brief and augment that because we've covered most of the stuff over and over again today. This is a summation of the areas in which we think are very important and the information given you by the city and the officials in the police department and the information we've provided you or providing you right now in our rebuttal. Most of the evidence we have has come from the city. The reports, which we've already discussed in length, and the severity of them or lack of severity of them, the frequency of them, and the idea of the outcomes of all of them. One thing I would like to do to bring it into perspective, these are those incidents that are reported as evidence started a year ago. So you can stretch it out. It's not like it was the last 5 weeks or 3 weeks that all this have happened. Since, and you'll see a little card in there that's a calendar, and I blacked out or highlighted out the month of, May, June, and July, every weekend, that the surveillance that you would have saw on those cameras was like a dragnet around their establishment only. So if you can imagine patrons coming out of the place after the place closes, and they're surrounded by cruisers and police and horses. It is a negative effect that even if anything else wasn't done, it would have its damages on their financial success of their business. And I imagine it has affected Michael's and everybody in the proximity area. But the bottom line is that the individuals that come out of that park are not old enough to go into establishments to drink, but they don't go home. And so you have this influx of people along with the exflux of people going outside of those establishments, including Maria Sangria, coming out. And when we talk about crowds, that's the crowds. But going right quick into the charges. The charges that have been brought before Maria. Police reports, I just covered that. Promotions. If you notice the inch of forms that shows that she has privately and personally promoted her establishment against the rules and agreement that she made with you almost a year ago, that most of them are just notices off of her Facebook, not flyers or advertisements in the Weekly Reader or the World Herald. No special, if you come, bring one person, get one person in free. You'll see on each one of them, 1/3 to 2/3 of that space is about her menu. You'll see that she's just asking, like any other promoter or any other, not promoter, but business owner, for you to come to her establishment. She has, if you notice on every one of them, she's featuring that there's not only salsa dancing, but lessons. And upstairs where there are situations where it's a different type of music, what has been described as private events or private promoted events would be no different. It's no different than me having a birthday party, inviting some of my friends to come down, and I've reserved 2 booth areas for maybe about 14 people to be there, knowing that there's going to be the music that I like. That's the type of promotion. So as the police were screening websites and putting all that manpower to make sure that they were being in compliance, what they were catching was individuals that were going to be down there, that were telling their friends and did it on their social media outlets. This lady did not violate knowingly or deliberately the rules that she agreed to. On noise and safety, dealing with nuisance. Upstairs is hip-hop music, R&B, techno type of music. But the sound system that was put into that establishment, you cannot hear it outside, and you can't hear it downstairs because it would interfere with the salsa music. It is self-contained. What you heard on the DVD that the police report gave you was inside the building upstairs. And again, I've already mentioned about the crowd. The next thing is law enforcement activities. I believe, just like the police officer said, it is a lot amount of resources, financially and manpower, to put on an establishment. But I'm saying it is an injustice to put that type of manpower for that period of time on them with the sightings that they say, based upon the fact that that does not justify the action that they perceived or to do. And it has cost Mrs. Maria basically her business. She's watched her business go from $40,000 a month to $4,000 a month. What was her marketing plan was to have food, to have dance, to have activities and entertainment leading up to 2 o'clock. If there's another business owner that wants to close at 12 because you really don't sell that much food after 12, that's his business plan. And when you go in to investigate her operation after 12, there's not that many people eating, but at the same time, her restaurant and her kitchen is open. So she doesn't open it up and stay in there and cook all the way to 2 o'clock at night. just on the fact that she's not intending to sell any food. Moving right on along. Let's go to the other part. And the reason there was questions made on the clientele. And you'll see this sheet in here, which is just a simple definition, gotten off the internet, and it describes the actual definition of profiling and redlining. To be just specific, using race as a key factor in deciding whether to make a traffic stop is the simplest definition. But racially biased policies occurs when law enforcement inappropriately considers race or ethnicity in deciding with whom and how they intervene in the enforcement capacity. And the last is any police-initiated action that relies on race, ethnicity, or national origin rather than behavior of an individual or information that leads the police to a particular individual who has been identified as being or having been seen engaged in criminal activity. I'm saying that the only significant difference between Maria Sangria and the other operations in the Old Market area, especially the 5 that are within a block and a half of his location, is that the majority of their clientele, 60% of their clientele, of a building that has a capacity of 800 people is black and Latino, young men and women. I'm saying this, that our intent down here was to fight for Maria to keep her establishment open. She did not invest her money to do anything illegal. She did not spend the days and the hours in that kitchen as the single cook to be charged with a situation that would automatically put her out of business. But at the same time, we are aware of the clientele that goes down there, and at the same time, all we're asking for is fairness and justice. If there's a problem with disturbances and violence, she has a right, like every other business owner, for the police to stop it. She, like everybody else, wants them to stop that. But don't tag her restaurant with all those things happening when there's very little proof other than they saw or they got a report or something happened close by, and the only significance that we could tell is those people came from there. That's not fair. And so what I'm asking you, and I'm begging you, to please consider the significance and the severity of the actions that you're about ready to take. In essence, allow her to remain in business and let her try to do whatever it is to bridge the gap between the people who feel they've been affected. But all she did was lock into a niche, a marketing niche that is not being addressed. And at the same time, she's used the music, which draws those types of customers there. It's a heck of a business plan. It's a workable business plan. But we have to get out of our heads that those people are bad. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we have one more opponent, correct? Please come down. And then we'll close public hearing and have questions from council members.
Two more to speak.
Hello, my name is Tommy Nguyen, 4535 Grover Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68116. Sorry. It's been a long day today. I just wanted to, I sent an email over to Buster Brown and Carmen over what I wanted to read off to you guys, so if you guys don't have that, I think you guys might have a copy.
We do.
Perfect. First, I want to thank all you guys for coming out and taking the time and consideration and finding the best possible solution for Maria Sangria and the establishment as well as the community. I've had the opportunity to sit down and write things that have been on my mind about this business venture, and I want to share with you my suggestions, and I would like to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the aspects of the business as well. My goal is that we find solutions in the problem areas of this business that we can all agree on. The plan can only be a win-win situation or no deal. It must make sense and dollars for everyone. Maria Sangria's vision in the old market was and would like to continue to be recognized as a restaurant bar providing food, entertainment, and music to those interested in authentic Spanish, Cuban food and Italian-based establishment in the old market area. For example, salsa, merengue, bachata lessons, social dancing, Latin bands, Latin and South American performances. Although there has been a growing number of concerns for Maria Sangria and its social responsibility in and around the venue, we are asking for you to reconsider the cancellation of the liquor license and occupancy for at least 3 to 6 months as the business will undergo new management and take all necessary measures to have a clean, safe, and revenue-generating old market business. I see that in the first 1 to 30 days, a short-term goals will be made to make effective renovations in the establishment, aesthetically as well as in our daily routine. This will include all but not limiting to identifying and stating clearly the brand identity crisis. Are we a hip-hop venue or a Latin restaurant bar? We would have to clean up every corner, doing painting, touch-ups, and sanitizing. We have to hire well-trained staffing in all departments of all the bar, kitchen, security, and management teams. Changing the entertainment format to be consistent with their core model. The bar staff will go through training and exercises to provide a consistent and quality product to all of our guests. The kitchen staff will be required to take a food safety class, which the next one is this Thursday, August 21st. And the security team will be required to go through a program designed for guest and venue safety in collaboration with the Omaha police officers and other professionals in this field. They will cover verbal judo techniques, communication, body language reading, when and how to use force, and when and how to call the police. We will hire 2 new managers and to uphold all these standards and expectations for the new Maria Sangria service promise in all of its departments. The entertainment and the music provided at Maria Sangria will be crucial to the business and the relationship between the venue and the city. Maria Sangria will not involve any third-party promotion company relating to or having any to do with a music genre not directly relating to Maria Sangria, Latin-based format. That is hip-hop nights. In the next 30 to 60 days, our focus will be on upholding and building upon this consistency. It will not take long before a consistent music format change to take effect on its current hip-hop nightclub. Guest traffic, thus creating less risk for a negative situation to reoccur on and around these premises. This is also at the end of the summer. Historically, and this is just an opinion, the old market for walk-through traffic shrinks due to dramatic weather variations. With this consideration and with everything in the bar depreciating along with general wear and tear, and publicity, it has been an easy routine to work with various promoters to help make ends meet. This direction will not be tolerated or approved with new management. Our efforts in month 2 and on will be to maintain our consistency on a night-to-night basis and to build a loyal and desirable clientele that enjoys the fundamental business, the Spanish-Cuban food with Latin-based entertainment. I feel like anything beyond 60 days should and will be closely evaluated, deciding contingent on your approval and by our progress. Maria Sangria and the team behind it understands that mistakes have been made and is willing to do what it takes to fix the problems. There is a popular saying, the problem is not the problem is your attitude about the problem. My team and I will strive to seek new and creative ways to find these solutions rather than continue on to what has already passed. With the proper resources, planning, and timing, we can find the best possible solutions for Maria Sangria, the old market, and the community. With your permission and your consideration, we would like to execute these plans, keep the liquor license and occupancy valid with the city and the state on the basis of new management, working with a serious group of experienced individuals on a day-to-day operation, and plan to track our performance and progress with the business and our city. I do believe that Maria Sangria's business model can be a well-respected and profitable establishment in the old market association and community. It will not be easy, but there are some simple practices, principles, and habits that Maria Sangria can start today and make dramatic changes tomorrow. With this philosophy, this can be a win-win situation. We are open to your thoughts and suggestions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And one last proponent, or opponent, I think, that wants to speak. Yes.
Orville Townsend Jr., Nebraska Black Chamber of Commerce, and that is 2504 North 24th Street. It's been a long day, and we've heard a lot of things. I actually, my job was to go down over the last 3 months to check and see exactly what was going on down there, whether it be good, bad, indifferent. We wanted to go down there and see exactly what's going on for our own eyes. During that time, I would go down anywhere from between 10 and 10:30 and stay the entirety of the night. Down there, the things that I did notice was they were a lot of kids and just a lot of random people that do walk around in the old market area on that side, because there's a parking lots in those areas and across the street. So what you get is a lot of people that just walk around. And then when you guys had, well, not you guys, when it was barricaded off, when both sides were barricaded off, people were coming and kind of just hanging out there. And so it was kind of looking like New Orleans, where you know you can hang out, talk, and not have to worry about traffic. So that was one of the things that was going on. There's a lot of people that walk and bypass Maria Sangria's, and they go to a location that's on the corner at the top of the street. We have a lot of people down there. A few times while I was down there, I did notice that they, because of all the situations that they were having, or that they were stating were having, they were told that, hey, anything basically that happens on or around your premises is your responsibility. So a few times they did send their security up the street to help with other issues, which I thought that was a good thing for them to do, though I told them that I personally didn't think that that was where they needed to go to do that. They needed to let that establishment take care of that. I also witnessed a time when the police did come and they stated that they wanted to do basically it was a fire marshal check, where they wanted to come in, check occupancy, and check exits and things of that sort. They asked Maria to come down. Maria spoke with them, and then we went ahead, and I went up and walked up the stairs with them because of Maria's legs and everything like that. It's a lot of stairs to get up, so I went and walked around with them, and I observed them going around. They weren't looking for the occupancy. What they were doing was they were grabbing random people and asking them questions, asking them if they knew who Nick Scalise was. Is he here? Things of that sort. Never saw anyone. They never asked anyone about their age. They never checked IDs or anything of that sort. They did end up getting the occupancy for the top and the bottom floors, which they did do that. And then I also watched them come outside and take Maria and sit her down, and they had 3 officers surrounding her. And they basically put her through an interrogation where they were all up on her, very close to her. They were aggressive in their tone, in their movements, to the point where myself and some other people kind of stepped in to try to help Maria out. It was very unfortunate because one of the police officers stated to me that, you know, the mayor's going to be very pissed about this whole situation. And I was like, what are you talking about? All the overtime that we're having to use down here. You might want to do something with these people or change your music. I don't know what he meant by that. I know how I took it, and I don't think it's right. When they come out and when they're releasing their people, they do their last call at 1:30, and they release everybody out between 1:30 and 1:45. When they come out, you have the barricades, you have, and one time I counted up to a few different occasions, I counted up to 17 police officials from uniformed police, gang unit, and I believe sheriff deputies outside, along with horses. There was 2, sometimes 3 officers on horses. They had cars lined up at both ends with the cherries on. They had a paddy wagon. There was SUVs as well as police vehicles, in that particular area. Now, when they release the people out, they have their balconies, they have the area outside the patios that the people are able to drink, and people walk by. Sometimes people know people, so they might stop and talk, things of that sort. At the end of the night, when they are released out, they'll come out waiting, you know, everybody's trying to do their thing, trying to make new friends at the end of the night, like they do. And from that point, then they start to leave. The security will come out, hey, it's time to go. You can't stay here, you got to go. As they're working at doing that, police officials will come up and use profanity at them, telling them, hey, get the F out of here, it's time for you to take your A home. I'm not sure what the protocol is. I don't agree with that. I never saw anyone get aggressive with them in the beginning, but once they were spoken to in that manner, sometimes people took offense to it. And so if there was any aggressive nature, it was followed by what was brought to them first. And I'm not saying that those people are right. Do I say I understand? Yes. But should they have acted differently? Yes, because you do respect the law and the officials. Though a lot of them, they were talking about, it's our right, we can stand here, we're not doing anything, why are you guys doing this, leave us alone, and that's when stuff would get bad. Now, while that's happening, you have the place blocked off, you already have people that are congregating, other locations are now being released, then that's when some of the issues would start. Now, once they took the barricades down and everything like that, there wasn't as much traffic standing there because obviously you can't stand in the middle of the road. So we didn't have a lot of that traffic down there. But with that being said, it did get better over the 3 months I was there. I never saw anything inside. There was never any fights. I never saw anybody get arrested. I didn't see any stabbings or anything like that. I did see security going out of their realms, which was behind their building, in different situations where they would see, maybe you would hear the loud voices or you could possibly feel the tension. They would go over in the area to try to disperse them and get them to leave. And I will give Security 88 or whatever their names are that take care of the park, sometimes they would even come over and talk to the people as well. So it was a great team effort for that corner to control and try to keep that cleaned out. But the situation is it's not always the people that are coming out of Maria Sangria's. There's a lot of just random people that just walk that corner. They just make that L shape. They come back and forth, and they just walk that all night. You will see a lot of red cups. You will see a lot of styrofoam cups, and we saw a lot of people that I'm assuming by the way they were acting, they're getting a McDonald's cup or a cup from a convenience store, and they obviously probably have liquor in that, walking back and forth. And a lot of those times, you know, the police were right there when these people were walking back and forth with these containers and things of that sort. So I am for keeping Maria Sangria's open. I see a very good venue. I see a very important space down there that gives people a place to go. They have salsa. They did do everything that they were supposed to do. They had the kitchen open, and people were able to order and take food upstairs or keep it downstairs. They work both bars, so you have people coming upstairs and downstairs from salsa and the upstairs part, consuming their alcohol and eating. So I did witness that as well, so I thought that they were doing good on that. And in closing, you know, I would just like to say that I think that we can find a happy medium to keep them open. I think there's a lot of good things that they're trying to do. There's a saying, it's better late than never. So with that being said, they're bringing Tommy on. I've done work with Tommy. He's a great person. He has a great business plan. He puts things together. We have what Maria Sangria is already doing, and all they're going to be able to do is come together and create a positive situation that will help that establishment flourish down in the old market. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone for their testimony, too. We've appreciated hearing from all sides, and appreciated everyone's patience with the new format this ordinance prescribes and the give and take we had there. So public hearing is closed now, and what happens from this point is if any council members have questions, they put their lights on, and their first light is Councilman Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have a question. Tommy, I applaud your efforts. I really do. But I wish I had $1 for every time I've heard this story. I wish I did, because I'd be able to go out and have a really good time if I had $1 for every time I've heard this story. Okay, my problem is this. When I first came on this council, when we first came on this council, the president and I worked extensively with Keno King to make that work. They were all a part of that. We worked extensively. We had numerous meetings. And every single time we got bitten. Every time we got bitten. Maria Sangria came up. Said, okay, give it a shot. Let's try it. But we got to put some restrictions on them. See, we're talking about things that happen outside and all these kinds of things and throwing everything up against the wall and hope that something sticks. Fact of the matter is they weren't supposed to have rap music or DJs upstairs, period. So let's start with that. The restriction was placed on them by us. There was to be no music upstairs. There was to be no rap music upstairs. There was to be no dancing upstairs. You've just seen video of all of that. That was against what we had said every time we have tried to work. And I know we get called names, and I get called names specifically that really ticked me off, but that's something that you got to have a thick skin to deal with. So I'll deal with that in the names that they say. But the fact of the matter is that the only thing that's consistent between Keno King and Maria Sangria are the operators. It's the only thing that's the same. And to assume that for whatever reason that race plays a factor in this and all these other things that have been thrown up against the wall, A, not true, B, but had you followed the rules in the first place, we wouldn't be here. So I don't have a question. I have no intentions other than to vote in the affirmative to end this license, because we have been tricked on occasion after occasion after occasion. And we've tried to work, spend, I don't know how many meetings I've had up there with them. How many, I don't even know. But I don't care anymore, because now I'm not going to support anything other than the cancellation of this license. We've been down the road way too many times. You heard the gentleman from Michaels talk about in his 27 years, he's never seen anything like this for as long as he's been there. And to make the suggestion that somehow somehow his clientele is somewhat different, it depends on what day you go. Because I spend as much time down there as anybody. And sometimes that crowd is mostly black, sometimes there's no blacks in there at all. So he can't tell you what the ratio is on any given day. But to make these accusations and assumptions when I know for a fact the president of this council and I spent significant time working with these individuals, and every time getting burned, not me, not me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Jerem.
You know, I find it interesting that a person that is supposed to have nothing to do with the license is the advocate-in-chief here, and had so many personal anecdotal stories that he shared with us about the establishment. But putting aside that situation, you have on the liquor license side of things whether we should cancel an operation that has clearly gotten out of the hands and control of the owner. And the restaurant side of things is really bifurcated from what has become a nightclub, and one that's out of control of the owner, out of control of whoever the manager is, out of the control of the promoters who obviously believe it's where a nightclub should be and want to be and is allowed to be by the owner with very few exceptions. And incident after incident that has occurred there that is causing an unbelievable burden on the resources of the city in terms of our police, to me shows that this establishment's just out of control. On the good neighbor side of things, they were sent a letter by the planning department some time ago, and nothing has changed. In fact, it appears as though the establishment is flaunting conduct and activities that they were told to clean up by the planning director, and they just haven't done that. How this place was supposed to operate this American dream is turned into an old market nightmare, really, and something we have to do something about. On the good neighbor ordinance, I support that. On the cancellation, I support that. I mean, to call upstairs a restaurant is absolutely a farce with your $10 cover, with the video we saw, with the activities we heard about. I mean, Mr. Flint, a known promoter, we had testimony of that. And I don't know if you're even aware of this. We got a letter from Mr. Flint in the packet that Mr. Scalise provided, admitting to being employed at the establishment, although he won't admit to being a promoter there. He does admit that he works there. It's just, there's too many corroborating facts to support what the city's position has been laid out in terms of Mr. Mumgard's memo to believe otherwise. I mean, contrary to what you see on Law and Order, this isn't a beyond the reasonable doubt standard. This is what is more likely than not. It is even clear and convincing in my mind, but I'm persuaded that this place is out of control, and I'm persuaded that you're not a good neighbor. And you've turned into something that's really hindering the old market as a tourist destination, as a place for other entrepreneurs trying to live an American dream, other businesses, the people who live there, the residents that both have shared their fears with Mr. Breslow and with the police. I've done ride-alongs with the police down there, and you know, it's amazing how much effort, time, and expense is devoted to one area. It really is. And the other thing that I find that is rather, let's just say, to be nice, to keep up the decorum, as we said to do, without any merit, is this accusation of racism. I don't see a single complaint anywhere from any of the customers saying that they believe that they're being targeted because of their race or their ethnicity. This is a contrived defense by very skilled advocates. I don't know where Mr. Godfrey went, but I wanted to commend him on doing a fine job in advocating for Maria. But you didn't make the facts. You inherited them. And to your credit, you did a nice job to try to spin them a certain way, but there's no racism here at all, as I see it. It's just a bar that's out of control that we need to do something about. So that's where I stand.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Scalise, you and I go way back. We go way back before this particular council, and the record will show that I've always voted in your favor. And I walked in here thinking that I would, and I also, you and I were on a radio program. And in that radio program, I said that I was going to give you another chance. And that's what I walked in here thinking that I was going to do. But after listening to all the evidence, there's two eggs on my face today, and I'm going to have to confess up to both of them. I'll confess up to one now and then one a little bit later. But the evidence that the police are providing and the fact that they're spending so much money towards this area, yeah, I'm going to have to go with my colleagues on this, and I know that disappoints you. I am a supporter of yours, but I have said for the record on several occasions, too, that this will have to be the last time. Please watch your P's and Q's. And so even though on the radio program I said that I would support you, I'm going to have to yield to my better judgment. And I am a supporter of you and your family, but what I'm hearing today, I'm going to have to vote in favor of this because of the amount of manpower that it takes to get this problem cleaned up. But my yes vote is not pointed at you personally, because I do believe in what you're trying to do, but I believe you're just running out of time. So that's my first egg on the face that I'll talk about, and later on, before we dismiss, I'll talk about the other one.
Thank you. Ms. Milton?
I just have a quick couple procedure questions. At this point in time, do we need to offer or make sure that everything that was presented today, is that part of the record?
Tom Umgar, Deputy City Attorney. No, it's in the record automatically.
It's just automatically in the record. I just wanted to make sure, because for lack of a better term, the evidence that they offered are things for us to look at. I mean, it mentions throughout all of the emails that were presented by Mr. Scalise, who was the acting, I guess, spokesperson, they call Maria Sangria a nightclub all the way throughout their own evidence. And I guess I have a real hard time today trying to find that they're not a nightclub. And that's the exact restriction, I think, that was placed on them. They were not to be a nightclub, they were to be a restaurant. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so I guess even without the testimony of the police or anything else, I think their own offering proves that they're not just a restaurant, and they have violated that. And I think the testimony that we've heard from the officers, from the neighbors, from other businesses, I just don't think that we can allow this business to remain. And I mean, I look at the liquor license establishment history going all the way back, and I think some of the same people are still involved, even though they say they're not. And I think that's part of the problem. So I think this is the only way we're going to be able to fix this problem.
Motion to approve the cancellation.
Second.
And Mr. Momgar, one last question. So there's actually two votes coming for clarity purposes for everyone. One vote on number 32, which is cancellation of the license, correct, which goes to Liquor Commission for ultimate disposition, correct?
Well, not necessarily. They have 30 days to appeal it to the commission. If they don't appeal it, then your vote's final. If they do appeal it, there'll be a hearing for the commission.
Within 30 days, right?
The hearing won't be. They have 30 days to trigger the hearing.
Correct. Okay. And then number 33, which is the Good Neighbor Ordinance, if approved, the certificate of occupancy is revoked within 3 days.
Yeah, that's effective 3 days after the adoption of the resolution, basically by the time the resolution process is finished. So they still have a certificate of, if you approve this, they have a certificate of occupancy until Friday night, and they don't have one thereafter. And if they open and use the premises, they're subject to a citation and fine.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second on number 32, correct?
Correct.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Adopted 7-0.
Motion to approve item 33.
No lights. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
It is adopted 6-1. Item number 34 is a resolution that a hearing shall be held on August 26th or a subsequent date agreed to by the city attorney to comply with the law to determine if this Class C liquor license held by Oasis Hookah Bar and Cafe and Tarzan Hookah Lounge at 1507 Farm Street should be canceled.
Public hearing on number 34 is today. Proponents, please.
Jesse Hill, 3622 North 60th Street, owner of Taza Hookah Lounge. And I'm here to address any questions that you might have about any of the situations that have gone on down there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other proponents today on number 34? Should he be an opponent?
He's an opponent.
Yeah, I believe the way
Technically,
this...
you're an opponent.
Yeah, you'd be an opponent to number 34. So we'll...
You would be an opponent.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Disregard that.
I imagine, not to put words in your mouth, but we'll have Mr. Mumgard serve as
Tom
proponent,
Mumgard,
I
Deputy
believe,
City
right?
Attorney.
Yes.
I don't have anything further other than what's in the cover letter. Essentially, there's indicated this business was granted a liquor license based upon its representation. It was going to be a hookah bar with occasional entertainment. It appears from police reports that it has changed its business model, is now operating more of a nightclub. If you wish to examine that further, then you would pass this resolution and have a hearing to explore that next week or sometime in the near future. If you don't adopt this resolution, well, then they continue as they are.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents on number 34? Now we'll go to opponents officially, if you want to step up again. Thank you.
Jesse Hill, 3622 North 60th Street, owner of Taza Hookah Lounge.
Okay, thanks. Any other opponents here today that want to speak?
Daniel Loyola, 10730 Pacific Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay. Thank you. Any other opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Jerem.
Jesse, would you come back up?
Yes, sir.
So did you sit through the entirety of that previous?
Yeah, all of it.
So do you understand, appreciate what can happen to you if you don't follow the rules?
Definitely do.
You didn't file a change of your business plan with us before converting the bulk of your business from hookah to lounge.
Right. Well,
so let me just kind of expedite this, I think. I think what we're hearing is that, where I'm hearing is, we want to know what you're going to be.
Okay.
And we want, hold on, we want a business plan, we want a management plan drawn up by you so that we know that you're going to have a responsibly well-managed and controlled facility, okay?
Okay.
And so what we've done in the past on some of these situations where we have someone who changes their business and then has a blow-up incident like you did, is we've given them an opportunity, rather than go through this process here today, is we say if you file a change of a business plan, a management control statement, and you work with Mr. Mumgard to get that drawn up into an agreement, how you're going to tell us what you're doing, how you're going to control it, then what we've done is place people on kind of a probationary 6-month period, and we just place this on file to give you an opportunity and fair warning that we want you to improve your business. We want you to be a valuable member of the downtown business corridor. And we're not just going to proceed into this in any perceived rush. And so how do you think that makes you feel? You willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm willing to do whatever it takes, play ball.
Okay.
Make sure to stay in business.
So before you leave here today, I want you to get with Mr. Mumgard. He'll tell you how and when you can sit down with him, what you need to do before you sit down with him to go over your plan.
Okay.
Then you, Mr. Mumgard, and the liquor committee, the law committee, will get together and review that to see if it gets our recommendation.
Okay.
And then we'll come back, or we may not even have to come back.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
And then we're going to keep our eye on you for about 6 months.
All right, we'll be good.
Okay? Are you agreeable with that plan?
Yes, I'm very agreeable with it.
Okay. Give us your word. You'll give it your best effort.
I can give you my word. I will do my best effort to do everything that you're asking me.
All right. I make a motion to place item 34 on file.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President.
Yes.
It is placed on file 7-0.
Thank you.
Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause an item placed on consent agenda to be removed. Items removed consent agenda shall be taken up by City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed unless otherwise provided by City Council Rules of Order.
Public hearings on agenda items number 35 through 37 were held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
35 to 37 are passed, 7-0.
Public hearings on agenda items number 38 through 52 are today. If you wish to address the City Council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, Identify yourself by name, address, who you represent, and if you are a proponent or an opponent. Mr. Kettleman.
Item number 52. My name is David Catalan, 900 Farnham Street, and I'm here representing the South Omaha Business Association. Before I do that, I do have one comment to make. I want to thank you all for several hours of education in effective city government. Congratulations to you. Very informative, very educational. The South Omaha Business Association supports the creation of a business improvement district for South Omaha. We're very excited and eager to work with the City Council and the various departments of the City of Omaha to make this happen. South Omaha, in the last several years, has had a significant economic development. I'm happy to report to you today that in the core business district on 24th Street between L and Q, there is no vacant storefront. So it's a great success story, but we need to, thank you, but we need to assure that funding is in place for current, ongoing, and future improvements in the district so that our residents, our businesses, our visitors can continue to enjoy the community benefits of visiting South Omaha. So I ask for your support, and I thank you for it.
Thank you. Mr. Gurnant. Or I guess we have other proponents I should call up first if there are some.
Am I done?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any opponents? Seeing none, public hearings closed. Mr. Gurnant.
I just want to say it's been an honor and a pleasure, David, to work with you and the board for quite a long time. I have to agree. There was an attempt early on, prior, I think, to 2002, to start a business improvement district in South Omaha. Unfortunately, it didn't survive that attempt. There was another gallant attempt. This started quite a while ago, early discussions, and through the efforts of the board, several of the board members, both past and present, using a lot of shoe leather between actually Deer Park Boulevard and Q Street, 23rd to 25th, and all the businesses there. I think the door-to-door paid off. A lot of shoe leather was not wasted, and we've reached this point. But those out in TV land that are in South Omaha, and this is just the very beginning of this process. There's a lot of hoops left to go through, but at the end of that tunnel, there's a considerable amount of economic benefit, of positive change, positive improvement, and we're utilizing a tool that has been available for a long time. And it's exciting as an elected official to be part of that operation. And again, I'd like to thank you, David, under your leadership and the leadership of the board and all of the people that are going to be in this corridor. Wish you the best. Thank you again. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for being our ambassador, South Omaha.
You're welcome.
Without portfolio, we appreciate your efforts.
Well, I think we all try to be ambassadors wherever we're at in the city.
Thank you. And I would just add, I mean,
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. What a great success story you just described for South Omaha 2 and South 24th Street. And another example, of course, of a little bit of capital improvements in a business district. And here we are with so many great entrepreneurs and so many great businesses down there now. And I agree that the BID is the next step. When we walked in the meeting here today, Mr. Jerem and I, District 1 and District 3, where other BIDs exist, congratulate District 4 on pursuing a BID, because that'll be a great tool for you to use as well. And besides, we need something more for Bernard to do in terms of drafting these ordinances. So Gary's right. This is the beginning of a long stretch.
Bernard has been very helpful.
Yeah, he is very helpful on these and will be. And as Mr. Gurnant suggested, this is the easy part, and there's a lot more work to come, but you'll find it worthwhile.
We're ready to forge ahead and make it happen.
Great.
Thank you all very much.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Gray.
Yes.
Jerem.
Yes.
Milton.
Yes.
Halls.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Gurnett.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
38 to 52 were adopted 7-0. Ordinance on final reading 53 is ordinance proposing an amendment to the charter Article 6, Personnel, we have an amendment of the whole.
Second.
Public hearing was held on August 12th. There's a motion and a second on the amendment, right?
Amendment of the whole, actually.
Amendment of the whole. Roll call.
Gray? Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
We actually don't need to do that with removing holes. 54 is an ordinance to amend section, or chapter 5, to increase in the size of the cash reserve fund.
Public hearing was held on August 12th.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Gray? Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 55, ordinance proposed amendment to Chapter 5 to amend proposed provisions concerning general obligation and revenue bonds.
Public hearing was held on August 12th. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Adopted 7-0. Item 56 is ordinance proposed an amendment to create a biannual budget, and we have an amendment of the whole.
Public hearing was held on August 12th.
Amendment of the whole? Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Is that right, Mr. Gurnett?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll add some remarks here, I think. So we have a motion and a second to approve the amendment of the whole, and this would be one vote because it is an amendment of the whole. I think the amendment makes it better because the amendment suggests this not start until 2017 and 18 rather than, I think the original wording was 16 or 17. But back to the public hearing last week and our conversation about the biennial budgeting itself, I'm still not comfortable with in terms of a process or how that might work going forward. To me, it's just still too nebulous as a process. And as we discussed last week, it could even produce a scenario in any given year where there's no review by the council of the budget. And to me, I'm not comfortable with that when I think the council has made valuable additions each year to the budget, certainly in recent years, and I think this year in response to public input that we've had. So that's my position on this one. Mr. Pauls.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, the state has done this for a number of years. Lincoln is doing this. I think if we look out for the safeguards, that would make sure that we're highly involved. I think this is a good deal myself. Thank you.
Lights. Roll call.
Gray? No. Jerem? Milton? Yes. Pauls?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
My second was purpose for discussion, no.
Mr. President?
No.
It fails on a 3-4 vote.
Oh, we go backwards, guys.
Item 57, ordinance to propose an amendment to Chapter 2 to ensure that the restrictions which disqualify an individual from being a council member while holding a high elected office applies to the entire article and also applies to sitting council members.
Public hearing was held on August 12th. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 58, ordinance proposed amendment to Chapter 3 to eliminate the Communications Department of Communications Chief.
Public hearing was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray? Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Item 59, proposed amendment to Chapter 4 to amend the duties and responsibilities of Park and Rec Board.
Public hearing was held on August 12th. Roll call.
Gray? Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed 7-0. Ordinance on second reading, ordinance declaring necessity of appropriating property located at 1503, 1507 and a half Ohio State for the consolidated plan.
Public hearing on number 60 is today. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Pursuant to State Council Rule 7C, the public hearing agenda items 61 through 70 shall be held in the second reading. Franklin, did you want to?
Yes, Mr. President, I spoke previously about egg on my face, and I've been on this council for 13 years, and I've never got tripped up by a vote, and I did it to myself. Going back to number 29, on 29, what I really want is a no. I want a no on 29.
Wait a minute.
I apologize to my colleagues. I apologize to Mr. Gurnett. And in my first years of being on the council, that happened all the time with others, but it's my first time in 13 years that I ever got twisted up on my vote. But all along, my vote, I wanted it to be a no. And I apologize. You guys can come down on me. I can bear it, but...
Do you have a certificate of occupancy in your office?
But as you can see, when I was taking the vote, I was a little confused, but I've had time to sort out what it is I really want. And on 29, I want my vote to register as a no.
So the motion was to deny on that measure. So
I should have said no instead of saying yes.
So
You did say deny, which...
I was confusing myself.
So to reconsider that item, if you wish to do that today.
If we want to do that, and we want to allow him to, we need a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to suspend the rules. Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Cost.
Jerem?
Yes.
Milton?
Would allow.
Yes. Pauls? Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Now, we need a motion to reconsider resolution number 97, or document number 971.
Second.
There was a motion and a second?
Yeah.
And that takes 4 votes?
Yes.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton?
Yes.
Pauls? Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Now, item number 20 is an ordinance to extend the limits of the city. What?
29.
29.
And that was another problem I had. I was confusing various different ones.
60th and Harrison Street. It's back on the floor, so now we had a motion to not adopt the ordinance. We need.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance. And so somebody who was one of the 3 would have to...
No, it's back on the floor. We've already reconsidered. It's back on the floor.
Okay, all right.
Second. I'm seconding his motion.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm seconding his motion
So there's a motion.
to annex.
This is a
Motion
motion
and a
to
second.
pass the ordinance, not...
To annex Northeast
Correct.
60th and Harrison,
To
yes.
be clear.
Okay, motion and a second, no further lights, roll call.
Gray?
No.
Jerem? Pardon? Yes. Milton?
Yes.
Pauls?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett? You voted no, or you voted...
Voted no.
You voted to deny before.
Yes.
You voted,
no.
you voted yes last time, but you should vote no this time if you want to be consistent.
Do you want to annex 60th and Harrison?
Then no. Mr. President. Mr. President?
No.
Okay, it passes on a 4-3 vote instead of fails on a 3-4 vote. We need a motion to reinstate the rules.
Motion to reinstate the rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton?
Yes.
Pauls? Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
Now we need a motion to
Motion to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
Roll call.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Milton? Pauls? Thompson? Gurnett? Mr. President?
Yes.
6:13.